Good Sunday evening. Hello, hello. What's up, Matt?
Hey, Ruben. How's it going?
It's going very well, my friend. It's going very well. I've got a beautiful day here, and tomorrow is Canada Day, which is the Canadian version of Independence Day. So I'm very excited about that. So yes, thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you. And how are you, by the way? How are you doing? How's your week been?
I'm good. Yeah, I got a little sun today. I was out in the canyons. Went to a ghost town yesterday. Found a beach, an actual beach with water and everything. Two of them,
Las
actually.
Vegas?
Like outside Las Vegas, yes.
Oh, just outside Las Vegas. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Although there's Cassie Beach Club over at the Hard Rock Hotel, but we won't count that.
Okay. How far was this beach or these beaches?
About 45 minutes from the center of the strip. Yeah, close.
Oh, okay, so it's out of ways. Okay.
Yep. Involves a little bit of off-roading, certainly.
Yeah. But that's not bad though. Like to be able to, like, if you want to get a beachy type place to hang out for a few hours, they'll only have to drive 45 minutes. It's actually pretty good, right? Like it's not hours away or whatever. And
right.
In fact, you're in the desert. So the fact that there's any kind of water, any body of water anywhere within hours of you is pretty cool,
I've been here for 2 years and didn't know about this. So I was very, very excited about it. And then today I went out to Red Rocks to Spring Mountain Ranch and went to the top of that mountain and was looking around a bit too. It was really cool.
Oh, cool. Did you by any chance happen to ask Jeff, our mutual friend Jeff Wedding, if he had known about the beaches?
I haven't. I'm sure he knew about it. It's funny. It's the type of thing that I think locals take for granted, and especially where he's like, it's a lot closer to him than it is to me. Like he could probably get there in about, honestly, half an hour, 20 minutes or something.
Are you guys separated by that much time?
Well, he's I won't say where he lives, but yeah, he lives on the exact opposite side of town for me.
Oh, okay. Yep. I did not know.
And Daryl's like in the middle of us. Like, so if it was like if it was an L, I would go up, or I should say over to Daryl and then down to Jeff.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. That's pretty cool. Okay. Still, I would have asked Jeff first. Hey, do you know where the closest beach might be?
Now I have to remember these things. I have to remember to ask Jeff about this stuff.
Yeah, I think you just kind of take it for granted because you kind of move to a place and you just figure, whatever. I'll figure things out on my own, right? Like, you don't think to ask people in the neighborhood or whatever, even friends. Well,
it's like the bummer is I found it and I didn't have swim trunks. I was wearing jeans, so like I couldn't even really go into the water. I was just kind of like walking around like, oh my gosh, like I had no idea this was here. And people are looking at me like, why is that dude wearing jeans? And was he hoping to dump a body in here or something? But
who comes to the beach in jeans? What's he doing? Get a bare body there. Yeah. That's so funny. Well, excellent. Let's see who is in the room with us here. I know that CJ's probably not. He didn't say why, but at 1:35 p.m. today, left us this message and said, have a great show. So thanks, CJ, wherever you are. I hope you have a good evening, whatever it is that you're doing. And, of course, Rickster, what is up? Good evening to you. I'll be joining later in the show. Wow, okay. That's interesting. All right, we'll catch you later, Rick. Mr. Red Jack, thank you, as always, for the hellos and the good wishes to everybody and the welcomes. I appreciate that. What's up, Dwayne's a Pain? Good to see you, my friend. Jason, another good friend. Good evening to you. Tom says hello to you. Apparently, I'm a piece of shit. And
hey, Tom.
What's up, Carl? Oh, Carl, early tonight. That means you're not watching shows with your wife, I think. I think that's what that means. You'll let us know, I'm sure. Peter, what is up? Good evening, fellow art addicts and anonymous members. Yeah, good to see you, Peter. It's been a few weeks, I think, since you dropped in. Good to see you. Thank you for dropping in. Look at that. Look who's here. Oh, Makipoopoo. Wow, what a surprise. Such a big surprise. Hello from Chicago to everyone. Still not directly helloing to me, but, whatever. I'm chopped liver, as they used to say in the old days.
Well, hey, I did used to live in Chicago.
Did you really?
Yes.
Yeah, we knew about Massachusetts. We knew about Las Vegas. Did not know about Chicago. Interesting.
I owned a house there for 10 years.
Wow, even more interesting. Okay, wow. Well, we'll talk about that some. Wow. Okay, cool. During what ages of your life, or what point in your life?
I moved to Chicago on Christmas Day 2005, and I left January 19th, 2007. But I had purchased property and ended up owning that property for 10 years. So I would have to habitually fly back and handle the destruction that renters had, rained down upon my poor 19th century home.
Wow. Oh, it was a 19th century home too. Wow.
Yep.
Not fun.
Nope.
You got the hell out of Dodge after that whole thing happened, right?
Man, yeah, I never should have bought a house. I should have just rented, but I didn't know at the time.
Yeah, well, you learn. Sometimes we have to learn by our errors. Whatever. We don't know it's an error until we go through with it, right? We go through with the plan sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't work out like we expected. Whatever, man. Life's learning lessons,
Yep.
So there you go. Greetings to you, Jeff. What is up? Aloha from Maui. What's up, Carl? Good to see you.
Mahalo.
Hey, good to see you too, man. Hello, Thomas. What is up? Look at that, Marcus Way coming in, Mr. Pizza Delivery Guy number 2. Me or him?
Me. It's a reference to my post about being in a film with Skin Diamond and some other adult film stars.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right.
I was not, by the way, Pizza Delivery Guy number 2, but that's his reference. That's what he said.
Yeah, no, yeah. I get that. What's up, John Brown? Good evening to you, my friend. Beachfront properties exist?
Yes.
Apparently in Vegas or outside of Vegas.
Well, properties, that's tough. Like there's not houses on these bodies of water. I don't know what Willow Beach is. This would be Nelson Landing, which is on Lake Mojave, and then next to Lake Mojave is, of course, oh my gosh, the lake where they find all the bodies, Lake Mead.
Mead.
And Lake Mead, you couldn't pay me to swim in Lake Mead.
Okay.
There's also more of like a talk. Havasu's in Arizona.
That's Arizona. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mike in Art knows about that one then. Yeah. Okay. Although I don't see Mike as a beach person, but nonetheless. You're surrounded by beaches. Really? Really? Wow. What a shock that is in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Everybody's jealous of you, Carl. You don't have to rub it in. Hey, what's up, Cobby? Good to see you, dude. G'day, Australia in the house. What's up, David? Good to see you. Part of the fun is the finding without the knowing. I guess so.
It gave me an incredible sense of joy and wonder to walk out and like, because there's like barriers, so you think you can only park so close. And then you get down and you're like, people found a way to park even closer. And then you're like, and then there's another barrier. And then you get down, you're like, people found a way to get actually right up to the water. And it was mind blowing. I was very, very happy about it. Yes. So that's absolutely true.
There you go. Marcus says that you're at the beach delivering pizza in your jeans.
It's true. It's true.
Stupid sand and Tuscan Raiders. Now, I would love to go to a beach and see Tuscan Raiders roaming around. That would be awesome.
We could make that happen.
What's up, Mark Vega?
Hey, Mark.
Good to see you, dude. Mark's been posting a ton of art. Doing one of the things that we've talked about this on previous episodes. One of the like etiquette things that I hate so much. He's been doing art dumps, like multiple pages on the same day kind of thing. He did it today.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like 5 pages today or something. And Mark, I still left you like little comments on every one. That's how cool I am, and that's how much I like you and respect you. You see? I don't do that all the time. Alberto knows about that because he's been dumping too, and I've been kind of like picking and choosing the ones.
I have been seeing a lot of Alberto's posts, yeah.
Yeah, and he does it a lot. So let that be a lesson to you, my friend. There we go. Look at that. Finally, wow, the chopped liver finally gets a compliment. He throws a compliment, to make up for it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, man.
But remember, Ruben, chopped liver is pate.
Chopped liver is pate. Pate de foie.
Yes.
Oh,
the foie de gras.
We used to, as a kid, we used to get pate de foie. We had it in the fridge. I don't know. I don't know. We didn't have a lot of money, so I don't know if that was like the shit stuff or what. So I can't imagine my mom was buying the good stuff, anyways. But
I mean, whenever I would leave the airport in Paris, I would pick up, those like a bunch of cans all in one like plastic roll of different pâtés, and they were super cheap. So I mean, because it's expensive in the U.S. because it's illegal here.
Oh, right. That's right. Yeah. Hey, Larry, what is up? Good to see you, man. Good day.
Use the other hand. Yes.
Hello to each other. Ruben the neglected. Evening, Tony NYC Jr. What's up, Tony? Good to see you, man. Mm-hmm. And this time he's fucking you. Hello to me, but not hello to you.
It's not my show. It's okay. It's okay. He may be unaware of my body of work.
He may be yeah, that's right. He's unaware of the body of work that you've done
of my pizza delivering services in adult films. That's okay.
That's right.
It's fine.
In adult films. Yeah, that's funny. That's so good. Danny's, where everybody knows your name. Yes, Danny's. That's a reference to Mark's place. Mark's place, actually. Cool indie book, Mark. Yes. I kept your pet peeve in mind. You did with every post. No obligation to comment. I appreciate it.
Salt in the wound.
That means you felt guilty to a certain degree, Mark. So I appreciate that. That's I appreciate that you appreciate it. So we're all good, man. We're all good. Now Alberto's gonna say something. I don't do art dumps. Yes, you do, except for mystery sketches or things like that. Published pieces go up one per day at most. Okay. So okay, now that I think about it, I guess you're right. You were doing it for the sketches. That is true. That is true. But okay, fine. I'll let you go on that. Joker 2 Foie Gras. That's the next movie. I just got back from Paris, says Makipoopoo. Yes, that's right. That's right. Was probably eating the foie gras over there, I think.
I hope so.
The good stuff, though. The good stuff.
I hope he's drinking the wine while eating the foie gras.
While eating the foie gras, yeah. Jewish Dragons. What's up, Ian? Good to see you. Southern California in the house. Nice, Maki. Food was terrific. So they say. Good evening to you. What is up, Caesar? Good to see you, man.
Hey, Caesar.
A dump is a dump. You see, Alberto, he's shitting on you now. He's dumping on you, saying it doesn't matter what the art is. A dump is a dump. There you go.
He's just hardlining it. He's just hardlining it. He's allowing nobody an out. I don't think there's any necessary. I don't think there's good or bad in it. I just think that he's offering a line.
Mike is saying posting a complete story, because I will admit that's what Mark did. The page of the art dump today was a complete story, and that's a good exception for the once a day process. Yes, I guess that's an exception. If it's an exception, I agree with that. Yeah, because you wanted to get the story up there. So yeah, I agree with that. So that's cool. I'll allow that. Let's leave it there.
Oh my gosh, Vivian.
Yeah, so Vivian's not even here.
Mind reading.
Vivian's not here. She took off hours ago. She went downtown. Montreal puts on the International Jazz Festival every summer at this time. And so she went down with Arwen. Arwen and the boyfriend to enjoy a little bit of the Jazz Fest. So she's doing her hello from down there. So good to see you, honey. Thank you for tuning in to say hello. That's cool. Mm-hmm. Mark B just did a dump. Well, that's what we're talking about. I had the under on 15 minutes for dump jokes. A dump is a dump. There we go. That's hilarious. Hey, Vivian. And yes, Marcus, a dump was done. Happy Sunday to Vivian. There we go. It takes a dump to know a dump. There you go. Okay, guys. So just real quick, everybody, please bear with me while I do a couple of promos, not too many this week. And actually, I had this queued up. This first one, unless I'm losing my mind, I believe I know I had it queued up, but I think I ended up forgetting to actually, I skipped over it somehow. I think I skipped over it. If I didn't, that means I'm doing it twice, which it's okay, because that means that our buddy, my friend and fellow tonight's co-host, Matt, will appreciate the fact that he would get a double promo. But if I haven't done it, then it's the first time. That's awesome. Just wanted to let you guys know give you a quick direct link to the video that he did. So probably about 10 days ago now is when it dropped. And a great video about, if I remember correctly, half an hour-ish, right? Half an hour, Matt. And the subject being, is art school a scam? Now, a lot of you know.
Oh, wow. It actually is a promo for me. I didn't realize that. Oh, I'm very excited. Thank you.
What do you mean?
I didn't realize you're talking. It was a promo specifically for me. I thought it was just like, oh, if it's a promo I've run before, then Matt gets to see. I was like, oh, that's exciting for me too. So that's
no. No. I was saying because it's about you.
Oh, cool.
You know, and coincidentally, because I may have done it last week. Okay, I don't remember, but I had a feeling after the show. I was looking through my promos and I was like, wait a second, shit, did I skip Matt's? Did I do it? I just don't remember. So I'd have to go back and check. But whatever. The point being, I'm doing it now. So if I forgot about it last week, I'm doing it now. And so so you comic art collectors, you all know a lot of artists in our hobby, our industry, went to art school before becoming pro. A lot of them didn't and are self-taught. And so I found that your tagline, your title, I guess we should say, Matt, of Is Art School a Scam? Very intriguing. And since I happen to have very similar views to your views, oftentimes on the topics you like to talk about, I was like, oh yeah, this is going to be intriguing. You know, I mean, I went to art school for a year, whatever. But yeah, I thought it was really well done, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I do most of, not all of your content, honestly. And I thought that it was worth mentioning, even though it's not per se about original comic book art, but
necessarily right.
You know, and because a lot, like I said, as long as we know that a lot of the artists have gone and a lot haven't gone. So for any of you guys wondering, you know, how do you go pro if you never went to art school? Do you need to go to art school to become an artist? You know, you don't. And as I said, when you see a tagline like that, is it a scam? Anyways, I won't say anything else, but you should give it a watch. It's well worth it, and that's a direct link to the episode. So give it a shot, man. It's very well worth it. Like all of Matt's content, very well worth listening and watching too. So
thank you. I'm not very prolific, and I tend to be very respectful of people's time. You know, in watching what I put up. I like to keep it really short and sweet. I do need to do a sort of follow up to that. That also has to do. It's sort of parallel to art school. I won't say it here, but I think it deserves a little bit of a follow-up because I got a little bit into it. And yeah, I don't want to blow the lead here. Please watch it. Have your own opinions. Leave a comment there. Reach out to me if you want to. And if you happen to have it running parallel while watching this show, you can ask questions in 40 minutes or so.
There you go. Good night. Good night, honey. Have a good time.
Hi, Vivian. Thank you.
Art School Confidential. Jewish Dragons. Ian says, it was a really good video, Matt. I'm going to have my kid watch it too when she's ready. Look at that. Cool. You see? Yeah, that's awesome. It's awesome. Cobby will check it out. Yeah, there you go. And any extra few views it's always good for everybody. Actually, it benefits the audience as much as it would benefit you. So yeah, Art School only showed Bob Ross episodes.
Captain Bob in Boston.
For a lot of people, Bob Ross was their art school.
Yeah, we had a guy named Captain Bob that was on at like 5:30 on Saturday mornings in Boston, and I think it probably reached you in Canada.
I don't recall it myself, but I have had people tell me about it also. So I'm familiar because of what other people told me, you know?
Yep.
Yeah. Cobby also says that he went to music school, which has its issues as well. So
I'll say this about music school really quickly. Music school, not too many people play an instrument and then they don't start a band. You know, when you go to music school, you're going to meet probably a lot of your peers. You're probably going to play with them at some point. So I think that there's already inherently more advantage to music school, but and they actually teach you stuff, which is important. Like, you know, you don't get to music school and they say, we're not going to teach you how to play. We're just going to talk about the idea of music. But I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Well, it's like when I was in school. That's basically what happened. Like, you think about school as a place where, okay, they're going to teach me something, right? They're going to teach me whatever subject I'm in. But when it came to art, it was like, we were told, they were bragging. We were told like, oh yeah, your sculpting teacher, he's won awards all over the world. The painting teachers are like this, that, and the other. And I can tell you without any exaggeration, in that 1 year that I was there, they did not teach anything. It was like you go into it with whatever skill and talent you already have, and they just sort of say, okay, so let's say you're in painting class. So today, students, we're going to paint whatever. We're going to bring in this nude model, and you're going to have 45 minutes, and monochromatically, you're going to paint this model. So you choose whatever color you want, paint that model, 45 minutes. And it's okay, I did my best. Everybody did their best, and that's it. Then they go around as you're working. They go around and they look from behind you, and they might give you a tip, like yeah, nice, yeah, but maybe try. But vague tips. They don't actually tell you what to improve vaguely, so you don't really understand what they're getting at. It's like okay, and that's what it was all year long in every single class, every subject. Every art subject, it was just like I thought I was here so you can teach me. What's the point?
And and frequently, like what's a bummer is that the teachers that tend to be very instructive tend to be very problematic people, and so like in the current climate, it like Byrne Hogarth would never get hired in an art school today. I saw him slap someone. I saw him lift a kid out of his chair by his arm, and the kid went like limp as a noodle and almost passed out under his chair. But the kid backed and grabbed him by the shirt.
This sounds like the story you told me. You mentioned you were going to want to tell when we show a piece of art later, right? Okay. Well, you've already told me.
Oh yes. Well, no. We'll get into it.
Okay. Sounds good.
There's also there's a lot of really problematic illustrators, and they got into it because they want to draw naked chicks, and they can be very, very good teachers, but they're very bad people to have around impressionable kids. And so what ends up happening is that at a lot of institutions, they're really afraid to teach. Some people are afraid to give feedback because they feel like if the students don't like them, they can get them fired. And so it's not always a teacher's fault, but a lot of times it is a teacher's fault. I saw a teacher walk around a room. He's trying to get tenure. He didn't get it. I won't say who it is, but, and he walked up and back of the kid and he looked at it and he looked over his shoulder and he's like, that's gold. And the kid was like, well, what does that mean? And then the teacher just made a face at him like, how dare you question my compliment? And then just kept walking. And the kid was like, no, really, what does that mean? Like, what does that mean? And he was like completely like almost unraveling. And the teacher was a big guy. The student was also a big guy. So this was not a kid who was going to back down necessarily. Yeah. And I have a feeling that kid also paid his own way through art school. So he was really going to get answers to his questions.
Right.
And so I think college kids in general, are just kind of wasting their parents' money because it all happens too fast. Like they don't really decide what they want to do. But I think if you're lucky, some schools you can get a lot out of it, and the comic art schools are great.
Sonny here is saying, I had a great art school experience. Yeah. Some are good. Some are great. Some are just scams, right? Yeah. Like it runs the gamut, obviously, right? So, but that's why it's a good idea to just listen to what man has to say. His views are very interesting. He's not just out there to say art school is shit. It's all a scam or whatever. The question, right? The question is just to get you to what's this all about? And draw you in and see what he's got to say about it. So yeah. So I suggest everybody check it out if that is a topic that interests you for sure. Sorry about that. But yes, I also wanted to quickly say that for Carl, I don't know if you took off to watch TV with your wife yet, but Carl, latest video, here it is, everyone, a direct link to Carl's collection. That's the name of his channel. and it's another unboxing, and an interesting unboxing because what he, Carl's been on record as saying he's really not into the whole mystery sketch thing, yet he makes an exception here with this unboxing. It's a different type of sort of mystery. Anyways, it's interesting, but check it out to see what I mean. Yeah, and that's the direct link to that video. And what's up, Brian? Whoa, what's up? We had a nude model one time, and the teacher told us to paint her. So I did. The teacher told me on the canvas, not her.
I was waiting for that joke. I had 2 minutes over under on that one.
Colleen Doran. I keep saying Doran. I keep being told that it's Doran. It just doesn't sound normal.
I've heard it's Duran as well. Yeah.
But okay, Doran wrote about art school ripoffs in her blog. Interesting, Mickey. Good evening, by the way. Good to see you. I'll have to seek that out. I'm interested. Okay, I'm interested in that. Yeah, Colleen. That's cool. You're welcome. It's within my acceptable parameters of mystery. There you go. That's what I mean. That's what I mean, Carl. That's what I mean. Okay. All right. Everybody, we are ready, or just about ready, to get into the show and tell. But before we do, I want you guys all to know, or remind you, 2 weeks ago, during the episode 2 weeks ago that we were doing, you may recall there was a segment in which we were speaking about how, at least myself personally, I hated when art reps took on artists who insisted on holding their own art themselves rather than sending it all to the art rep, right? And then you may recall that Makipoopoo mentioned that he had an issue recently where he bought a fairly expensive piece of art from 4C Comics, but that the artist was holding the art, and so he, 4C said, well, I don't know, we don't have it, the artist still has it, anyway, so on and so forth. And so, he was a little bit upset about how that was going on. And anyways, he reached out to me. Oh, I don't know if it was within a week, let's call it, within a week after that episode 2 weeks ago, and told me that things are moving along much better now. And he asked if I could kind of tell you guys how it's progressing. And so instead of doing that, I actually asked him if he'd be willing to come on to the show tonight and just sort of update you himself, since he's the guy, who brought it up. And of course, he's been on the show before. He doesn't mind. And so he agreed to do that. And we have him here right now. And so let's introduce Makipoopoo himself, Michael Reyes, to the show, everybody, for a few minutes. There we go. What's up, Michael?
Hey.
Hey, guys.
How you doing?
Hey, Matt.
Hey. How's it going, man?
Oh, good. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Good. No, absolutely. So, yeah, man, the floor is yours. Let everybody know and update them however you want to do. Whatever you want to say.
Sure. Yeah. So a couple of weeks ago, actually over maybe about 3 weeks ago, 3 to 4 weeks ago, I made a deal with Mark Texeira for a cover, and it was a fairly significant amount, and I paid in cash to 4C. And first, they promised, within 2 days, then 4 days, and after it never came, and there was no update. So after over a week, I got really nervous because it was paid in cash, and I expressed my discomfort to Ken, and but there was no update. So and that's so I came on your show, I mentioned my situation, and you told me it should work out, but I wasn't sure. But fortunately, a few days later, I reached out to Ken, and he told me he had the art from Mark. Even though Mark had originally promised to send it to me directly, he instead sent it to Ken, and he sent me a photo. So good news is I'm relieved he finally has the art, and so hopefully I'll get the art in relatively short time, and I'm happy that it's working out. So hopefully it'll work out. So
Okay, great.
So, and I have to give props to Ken because, communicating with Mark, it's not the easiest thing. A few years ago, I signed up for his Patreon, and my experience was less than optimal. So I know how difficult it is to communicate with him. So, but 4C, did it. So I give props to Ken.
Yeah. Okay. So sorry. So right now, the artwork, is it still, did you say in transit?
It's with Ken.
Okay. So he physically has it in hand.
Yeah, and I told him to hold on to it until I got back from Paris. So.
Oh, that's true because of the whole Paris thing. Yeah.
So I got back a few days ago, and I told him to ship it on July 1st.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, and then you should have it within 2-3 days after that. Right?
So and I want to give credit to Ken for facilitating the deal, because I really wanted a cover from Mark. He's one of my favorite artists.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is that if he's not sending it out until tomorrow, you still have time to tell him to put it between 2 pieces of board. 2 pieces of board, because he's notorious for sending it with 1 piece of board, sometimes in a board that's smaller than the artwork surface.
Okay.
I'll
be very clear to him. Be like, if this shows up and the corners are crinked or there's something wrong with it, I'm not going to be happy.
He sent me a picture, and I think one of the corners had like a small ding I saw. So, but it's okay. It is what it is. I'm happy to get the art. So
yeah,
you have an iron,
but it's a painting, a very expensive painting. It is what it is. But what you don't want it to be is creased and folded. And that's what's going to happen if he uses if he protects it with a board that's shorter than the artwork.
Right. No, one time I bought a piece of art, and the artist, he sent it from England. He sent it in a very thin board, and it got a crease in the middle. Like, I was shaking my head, but
Yeah. Well, look at what Jeff's saying. I'm tired of getting art in the mail that's creased down the middle due to shitty packers. Well, yeah. And
thanks for the tip. I'll mention it to Ken. So
yeah.
So there you go. Okay. Well, thank you for doing this and updating everybody, Michael. I'm sure everybody appreciates knowing, because not typically when stories like this come up, like in a live chat, people forget about it, and the last thing they remember was the sort of potentially negative feeling that it was giving you, right? And you just remember the negativity aspect. Then nobody ever ends up updating later on. So
right, and that's why I wanted to come into your show and give you an update. In fairness to Ken, put in a lot of work for me. So.
For sure. So there you go, Ken. I hope, Ken, you appreciate that Michael was willing to come on and do this and let you know. And like I said, like Matt said, Ken, hopefully you'll learn to not use boards that are shorter than the artwork, and always use 2 boards minimum. And that's if it's like masonite. If you're using foam core or cardboard, it better be minimum of 4. And hopefully 6, but whatever. Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna do a whole show on packaging someday or whatever. I don't know.
Yes.
But anyways, for now, Michael, thank you again for doing this. I appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. And are you gonna hang out in the? Are you gonna hang out with everybody else?
Absolutely. I'm looking forward.
Okay. All right. Cool, man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers.
All right, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you guys.
Yep.
Thank you.
So real quick, as an epilogue to that, if I could just say one thing, and this, because I know there's a few art reps and art dealers in the chat, and I just wanted to say this: the communication is 50% of your job. So otherwise, artists could just be selling their stuff directly to other people. Whenever you're an art rep, I'm an art rep. I had an art gallery when I had an art gallery, and it was a brick and mortar. There's a different level to that, and so certainly there's other costs and expenses that go into it that require a different type of payment structure. And certainly all of my artists expected me to be very, very professional with the people that wanted their art. The easiest thing to do is reply to an email. Now, some people can get crazy and they can send a lot of emails back and forth, but you should at least be clear about what the terms are, what the costs are going to be, what your payment plan is, and how you can accommodate payment. And then be very professional about providing the tracking numbers. This is not something that a lot of people follow up on. Now, sometimes, and I'll say that this can be true, is that someone may pay with a PayPal that isn't necessarily the email that they read all the time. So if you plug that in automatically with your shipper, they will send to that email, but that may not reach the payee, the commissioner. And so, but you've done what you can, like at least you've done that. It's really part of the job. Now, I know that a lot of art reps over the years, it's a very crowded field now, and a lot of people are taking less and less of a percentage. And so they feel like they have to do less and less. Again, you're not performing the most necessary task. So what you really, really have to be good about is customer service, communication about these things, and then staying on top of the artist, and be sure not to pay an artist for art that hasn't been delivered. That's why the community is very comfortable paying you to hold on to that cash until they get their piece, and be willing and able and ready to pay back after a certain time if the art isn't delivered when it was supposed to be delivered. And now that can cause you problems with your artist, but honestly, that artist caused you problems. Yeah. So, it's not like they're going to just hop ship to another rep and treat them poorly as well. So, that's the strongest advice I can give, as someone who does it, as someone who's done it many, many times. I've booked hundreds of commissions over the years, and you just got to be really, really good at communicating, really just make sure that stuff is set up and pack well.
Yes. I just want to say real quick, Michael, I see that you're still in the backstage area. I just want you to know, feel free to watch the show from the backstage area of the StreamYard software if you want to. That's okay. But just remember that when you're doing it from here, you just as well as Matt and I will be seeing the comments come in on that 10-second sort of YouTube delay or whatever. So yeah, not, if it doesn't bother you, that's fine or whatever. But if you want to be up to date and see the messages in real time, it's just better to watch it through, actual YouTube. But yeah, feel free to hang out back there if you want to. So that's it. So, all right. So, very good, everybody. So thank you so much for allowing us to do that. Talking a little bit of packing. Packing's so very important, of course. I have had pieces show up, and I've had pieces that I've mailed show up other places that were not how I packed them. Right. Meaning that something happened at the post office or someplace else where they took it apart and they packed it themselves and shipped it to the people. And I've been really shocked sometimes to see, like, there was one piece in particular. It was a Dave Stevens Captain America sketch, and someone sent me, I think she sent me the photo of how it arrived, and I'm like, that is not even, like, you could tell that they peeled the entire front of the package off and taped it to a completely different package. And I was like, did it arrive okay? I was freaking out, because it's not like I can have Dave Stevens do another sketch. But that stuff certainly does happen. That's kind of beyond everybody's control. PayPal, Global Post is the shipper for PayPal. Only use them for domestic shipping. They are a nightmare for international shipping. They will not cover, even if you insure it. And then the post office won't cover it either, because you've booked it through a third party, which voids the insurance. So you paid for insurance that you can't even get the money back that you paid for it. And you're never going to get what that insurance is supposed to cover if you use Global Post. And so their shipping rates are very, very cheap, because everything ships to a central location in LA, and then it ships out. But on the package, and you'll notice when you print out the label, you're sending the package to Los Angeles. So all the information in the package, you have to be really, make sure you keep a PDF so you have all the info, because it's not going to be the USPS code that you're going to be using on an international. It's going to be this other weird code, and they might be using DHL, which, DHL is the absolute worst. You're guaranteed problems if you send internationally through DHL, especially in Europe. So
be aware of that as well, for sure.
You heard him, everybody. And Matt's the man.
Boston, hey.
Listen to what Matt has to say. Thanks, Matt. Well said.
Sure.
Yeah, for sure. Good evening to you, Cab. Good to see you as always, and thank you as always for dropping in just to leave your like. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not gonna post Bobby's comments on the screen because it's some kind of a joke that I have no idea what he's talking about, so I'm not gonna waste time with that. And Jiggy always uses DHL, and I have never had a problem from the Philippines. Okay, good for Jiggy.
Oh, no. From elsewhere to the U.S., not a problem. From the U.S. to any place else, a total nightmare. You cannot track it. You can't get a hold of anybody. You get routed through DHL in Germany, and it's a complete and total nightmare. You can't even use translation on the site because you can't even grab and paste stuff. So yeah, no, it's generally not a problem when they ship to the U.S. But if you're shipping from the U.S. elsewhere and it gets kicked from the USPS to DHL, it's a nightmare, and you're just way better off. I hate to say this because everybody has problems with FedEx, but you have a lot more recourse with FedEx.
I'm about those rights in here for Jiggy. Yeah. Okay. Just FYI, Cobby. It's not really a recap as much as it is like the show we did. I don't know what was like 7 weeks ago or whatever. Just artwork that you know we were attracted to, and we just want to show it and talk about it, and that's basically it. Yeah. So it's not a typical let's look at what this thing sold for or whatever. You know. Yeah.
And to the point, you know, that when you discuss this, when you contact me, you're like, I know this is last minute, you know, if you can only pick like 5 or 10 pieces, that's fine. And I was like, well, let me take a look. And I picked 20. So I mean, like there was clearly a lot of stuff that moved me that I'm like, I want to talk about this. Like there's some really good stuff. Yeah.
We got a lot to show. So because you picked 20, and then I figured, okay, I'll pick 20. So it's 40. I mean, and the last time I did this, the first and only other time we did this, about, like I said, 7 weeks ago or so, excuse me, we had, it was me and 2 other friends of ours, it was 3 of us, and we each picked 10 for a total of 30, but then those 2 guys also picked extras just in case, since we didn't have any idea in terms of like, it was the first time I was doing a show like that, so we don't know, like, you know, as opposed to a collector showing 20 pieces, I figured that takes up more time talking about all the art. But since this was just artwork, you know, from that we don't own, I figured, we're probably going to talk. We'll have less to say about every piece. Therefore, we'll probably be able to show more pieces. So they picked extras. And in the end, we showed 42 pieces. It all worked out pretty good. We got 40 right for tonight. So yeah, I think it should be good. So yeah, let's do that. TJ, what's up? Good to see you, man. What is this tonight? Airing of the grievances? No. Just bringing things up that are fair game, and we always talk positive stuff, whether it's negative or positive. We just tell the truth, you know, bring up stuff that people are interested in and people should know. That's it. So
I'd always rather say do this than don't do that.
Yes. And lastly, I wanted to get back to this one. Hey, Stanley. Stanley's back. What's up? I just wanted to say, Stanley, we got to get moving with the show, but I'll let Matt answer this like quickly. We're not going to have a conversation about it because this is what started the whole Makipoopoo thing or whatever a couple of weeks back. So yeah, what do you feel about, you know, what I was saying, at least?
This is going to sound like a non-answer because I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but you do put yourself on the hook. If you're a rep and you don't have the art in hand and you sell it, then until you get, you know, proof of delivery, you're on the hook to return that money. And, you know, if you're not doing business correctly and keeping that sort of in an escrow before it arrives, before you start spending your portion of it, it can get grim. I've repped a few artists who I allow to ship directly because they have proven themselves to be incredibly trustworthy, and the cost of them shipping from them to me and me to a buyer just adds in so much extra shipping that the buyer would have to pay. that it makes it sort of ridiculous. And that's generally only on larger pieces. Small pieces, I mean, with comic art, I would absolutely just have them send me everything, because it just doesn't make sense not to. But, in some cases, you've got a lot of people that were just with a not very reputable seller who was not sending artwork, who was collecting money and not shipping things. And so some of those artists, their deals with the people that they're now having sell their artwork may be like, you can sell it for me, but I'm going to ship it. That way they feel like they have a little bit more control of the process. Other people who perhaps weren't repped by that company heard the stories and decided that that's how they wanted to do things. So I understand on both ends of that why things can be a certain way. But like I say, it can be a reputation damaging thing if you're the person collecting the money and the art doesn't get delivered.
It's rife with potential for many problems. So that's
yes.
It. Yeah. So there you go. Stanley, I hope that was a satisfactory response for you. It was even longer than I expected. But Matt always comes with the goods. So there you go, man. Yeah, well said, Matt. Thank you very much for that.
Sure.
Yeah. So you ready to get going for the show and tell?
Let's get after it. Yeah.
Get after it. Okay. All right, everybody. So let me set up the screen sharing device thingy here. And Matt, although typically I always allow, guests, I will always say, I always acquiesce to them first. Since we're going back and forth, what I figured is we're going to go back and forth. One piece that you picked, then my pick, then your pick, and that's how we're doing it. That's how I set it up. I'm going to go first, not because I'm rude, because I know that by me going first, it means you get to end the show with your last piece.
Oh, okay, perfect, sure, cool.
You know what I mean?
Either way is fine with me. Any way is fine with me.
Yeah, there you go. So, okay, cool. So let me see here. So share screen. Where is it? Here we go. All right. And just if you will, Matt, let me know in a couple of seconds if you see if I am sharing this properly.
Okay. It seems to be sharing, yes.
Yes. Okay, excellent. So just keep in mind, everybody, even though you see me here in the little window on the left-hand side of the screen, because I will be manipulating the this photo showing software. When I'm in there moving the and enlarging the image and whatever, I'll be zooming in and out of it. It's in another tab, so even though you see me, I'm not seeing any of you. So I'll do my best to jump back in at certain points to try to see your comments. Okay, as best as I can. Really quickly before I move this and zoom in on this one though. The tech speaker, okay, jokes, and more jokes. Okay. So I just wanted to show this one because I love it. I love John Rosenberger's artwork. I only really know him primarily from having done some romance covers, and I think compared to most of the artists of his era, I think this stuff is spectacular. The inking style he employed was often very akin to some of Neil Adams's best brushwork. And it's just like I said, it's I love I have a soft spot for romance work because of the fact that I feel like nowadays it's a nice way for collectors to be able to get good girl art, but not necessarily in bikinis, bathing suits, and all the skin showing, but nice faces, right? Nice facial features. And sometimes you'll get them in bikinis and bathing suits and whatnot. But I just feel like the romance genre provides a way, which is still somewhat affordable compared to superhero stuff for sure, to get nice, good girl art. So that's it. And I just
very Sikowski-esque, you mentioned a thing. Not only is romance art just more affordable overall. A lot of people that were working as romance comic artists were working as illustrators in other magazines, not as much necessarily just in comics, which is why we don't really know them. You know, like you have a lot of these artists who didn't really transition off or over into superhero stuff. You also get a sense of the actual fashion at the time. Whereas when you look at comic books, the fashion is always like a generation removed. Like the artists really weren't like breaking open fashion magazines and saying, hey, what are people wearing? Whereas I think that was more of a necessity with the romance comics because it had to appeal to what they perceived as being a female reader. So it had to somewhat click with what they were seeing in not necessarily Women's Wear Daily, but certainly in Redbook, in magazines like that, and Cosmopolitan. And that is just a really strong image.
Yeah, I love it. I it's simple because all you really see is one head from the female from the neck up, and kind of like the chest up for the guy, but dramatic. The emotion's really strong, and I think it's just really, really well drawn. So, yeah, very nice. Ruben the Leaky Ice Lover. Alberto wants to claim it. Yes, and very cool. And first appearance, Cry for Dawn. Nice. Red Jack says, this is actually a nice cover, and it gives a great snapshot of the moment that will draw the readers in. Yeah, precisely. Yeah. Does Matt know about Hawk Twa?
Of course.
I don't know. Of course he does.
Get on that thing.
I should let you know that I did, after the show last week, I did check it out. I figured it out online. I found it. And want to let you know that I didn't find it as funny as all of you did. I've seen many of those videos, like where these guys, go to downtown areas on Friday, Saturday nights and ask sex questions, to young 20-somethings or whatever. And I've heard plenty of much funnier things than that. I can't really understand why this thing supposedly went viral. Whatever.
She had the right accent for that sentence. Is really what it boils down to. Is that she was the
Southern accent.
Oh yeah, she was the best ambassador for that particular pop culture moment.
Yeah. So, so there you go. Hopefully it dies a quick death because whatever. I don't need to keep hearing Hawk Twa anymore. Apologies, have to check out now. No worries, Cab. Thank you again. Appreciate it. And Marcus says that Ruben was one of those guys. The guy dissing her in the back? Nah, I'm a gentleman, man. Ruben looked up videos of it, and soon his house will be raided. All right. Okay, excellent. So, now Rick has to get into it. Got a sex question once on the streets, too. That's true. Oh, my gosh. Oh, Rick, you got a long memory, my friend. Oh, my gosh, that was good. That crack hoe from back in the day, yeah. Okay, let us move on to the second piece in tonight's show and tell, and for that, this is the first one that is Matt's pick.
Yes. I mean, Jack Davis, EC Comics. It's an in-house ad. Of all the stuff that had potential to disappear, Atomic Age Horror had the most potential to disappear because there were periods of time where the publisher, William Gaines, was pretty sure that the offices were going to get raided by the FBI because so much of what they published was being called harmful material. And so, if you knew the FBI was downstairs, you could easily pull a bunch of that artwork out and start a bonfire in the waste paper basket. And what we do know about William Gaines is he was very addicted to pep pills. And so his grasp on reality was a little not exactly dead on. And so I'm really amazed that he didn't, in some kind of paranoid moment, start destroying the artwork. So whenever I see stuff like this, the in-house ads would have been so less preserved because they weren't even seen as valuable as the comic art pages, which weren't seen as very valuable, except that EC and in particular had this idea that perhaps if they went belly up, because it was all anthology, they could resell those same stories later to one of the many other publishers like Fawcett, Fiction House, that were doing similar types of stuff, Atlas, and maybe make their money again on those pages. But certainly an in-house ad would not have that value. So the fact that this has lasted as long as it has, and it's just beautiful. It's just got all that stuff in the background. I love his lettering. The mock-up stuff with the little subscriber box and stuff, and it's just great to see. But this is, Jack Davis was the most successful artist, working on interiors for prolifically, I should say, at EC. He became a very successful commercial illustrator. He had a contract with the U.S. Postal Service, for something like 10 or 20 years. So, to see his really, really great EC work is just always a pleasure. And this is just one of the best single pages you could ever think of. This is cover level stuff.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic. And I have to clarify, Peter, this is not, I think you might be thinking that we're doing a show and tell of Matt's collection.
No, I wish.
We are not. We are not. This is a show and tell simply of a bunch of artwork from last weekend's Heritage Auction, which Matt and I just randomly chose because we like them. Just pieces that attracted us and we want to show, share, and talk about. And that's it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we don't know the owners here.
Marcus is like, congrats, Matt. Yeah.
He's getting in on it. Yeah. There we go. Okay, excellent. And the next piece, we'll go to my next choice, and that is this piece. This is JSA Kingdom Come Special, Superman, #1. It's page 17, and it is by Alex Ross. This is from 2009. And what I like about this most is just simply that most of us primarily see Alex Ross's paintings when it comes to published work. And I've always been really, really partial to the realism in just his pencils and ink work. I love how realistic and how photorealistic he can get the stuff without the need for watercoloring everything. Me always having been partial to black and white artwork anyways. I just really, really, really love this this type of work from Alex. And you don't see it too often, other than prelims, the penciled prelims. You don't typically see published work that's not painted by him. So I really, really love this, and I love the JSA characters, and just thought, I might as well share with everyone else who is also just familiar primarily with seeing the colored stuff. So I thought this
something
was
very,
really cool.
Very Brian Bolland about it. But of course, Alex has a softer line. Alex also, speaking of art schools, was a Kubert School graduate. One of his classmates was actually Inger Laurie, the future singer of the band The Nymphs. Signed to Giffen Records. Very interesting story in and unto itself. But I believe she still talks to Alex. I mean, he's one of the greatest artists to ever touch a comic book, and you're right. Just to see the black and white stuff is a joy, because you realize the guy can do anything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful work. Tom says that he loves Alex Ross's work. And sorry, I'm coming back to this one, Brian. One I lost out on. You went for this one. So love how Superman goes to the Shazam statue and pays his respects. Yeah, very much so. Very cool. Yeah, the content was great too, not only the execution. So it's
a beautiful page. I would rather have that page than many an Alex Ross cover.
Yeah, no, me too. Exactly. And I like what Carl says here. Says, I never read this, and I honestly didn't even realize that he did pencil and ink published work. See, that's all more the reason why I like to show something like this. Because I always figure somebody out there, it's rare enough that you figure somebody out there probably isn't aware that, that he ever did this kind of stuff, non-painted work, Yeah, looks amazing indeed. Yeah, for sure. And new Superman movie costume is going to be based off this version. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. And how much did this sell for? I can tell you that it was, no, I cannot tell you because I forgot to put the price as part of the, when I saved the name. For most of these pieces, I do have the price saved as part of the file name, but I forgot to do that for this one. So sorry about that. And I don't actually remember, David. Sorry about that. If anybody,
we will talk about prices on a few pieces, I think, but to a great degree, as we discussed, that's kind of not what this show's about.
No, exactly. Yeah. Well, I'm sure it'll come up, just like our first show that we did 7 weeks back. Occasionally we did bring it up just out of curiosity, but it's just not going to be the focus. That's all. Right. So yeah, Ross Soups is iconic. Yes, it indelibly is. Absolutely. Okay, so excellent. We will now go to the next pick by Matt, and that is this spectacular Thor 157 cover, $84,000. So in case guys don't have to ask anymore, there you go. Let's check this out, man.
I mean, what can you say? It's the epitome of cosmic. You've got this gigantic hand grabbing a god and just having his way with them. I mean, you saw that comic on the newsstand. You needed to open that up and look and see what was going to happen on the inside. I mean, remember, comic book covers are supposed to sell you to read the story. That's not the case anymore. We now know, and it is just incredibly common, that the person who did the interiors does not do the cover. In many cases doesn't even do a standard edition of the cover, that they just do the interiors and the publisher throws some hot shot or 20 onto a variant of that cover. And, back in the Silver Age, and certainly, in Kirby's day and Buscema's day, and, when a lot of the more dynamic cover art started to really become a theme at Marvel, they were trying to sell you that comic based on that cover. How many people buy comics now where they never even open them up? They just buy them specifically for the cover. Maybe they never even open the book at all. They just send it off to get graded and it just comes back in a slab. It's sort of sad that the hobby has gone the route that it's gone. And I'm as guilty as anybody in that I buy slab books and I sell slab books. And sometimes I just do want, I have a library of omnibuses and stuff of the stuff that I really want to read, or I have beater copies of comics if I don't want to spend a fortune on just having a copy to read. But that was the reason that so many covers were so dynamic. They wanted to sell you 12 cents of a really good time. And that cover, there's so many great Thor covers. And this one is just really, really fabulous. I haven't seen one this good come up for sale in a long time. And of course, it's got Ragnarok in the bottom. And there's only a handful from that original run that reference it. Certainly more than one, but a handful that do. And that was sort of the big story that you're always expecting Thor to push forward to. Certainly we saw it in a film. It's just the epitome of cosmic storytelling.
Yeah. King Kirby at his finest with some really excellent Colletta inks.
Yeah.
Giving credit where it's due, man.
Yep.
I know that there's, an equal sized faction of fans who don't even like his Thor stuff just as much as there is a large faction who do like his Thor stuff.
I can tell you it was his favorite work he did at Marvel. When I used to go to his house, when I took 3 buses, from Hollywood to Thousand Oaks, and he had gotten his artwork back, and I asked him if I could buy any Thor stuff. He said, "Can't have Thor." So, he wanted to keep the Thor stuff. And I mean, you can tell that the machinery that he drew in the Thor comics was more detailed than the machinery that he drew in the Fantastic Four. For whatever reason, I think he put a lot more time into Thor than anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, 84,000, Makipoopoo. Excellent. All right, let's keep this going then, and go on to the next one. And the next one is one of my selections. And I should let everybody know, you too, Matt, I guess, excuse me, that although I let Matt pick first, in other words, he agreed to do the show with me, and he ended up picking 20 pieces. And so I figured, once he said he was going to do the show with me, I let him pick first before I bothered to do my picks, because I had a feeling, there's a good chance that we're going to like a lot of the same stuff. And so why bother wasting my time doing my picks only to find out that a bunch of them, are going to be a crossover, and then I'm going to have to dump those to pick new ones, and so that's what I did. And so I can confirm that is indeed what happened. Is I'm glad that I waited for you to send me your picks, because in the end, I think it was something like 60% of your 20 pieces were ones that I was going to pick anyways, Right.
Yeah. Which says a lot, I mean, and I think that we have a similar sensibility, I think, and that's inherently true.
Yes, for sure. Those buyer premiums are killer. Again, I don't want to get 22%. But yes. Buyer premiums are really seller premiums. But anyways, I don't want to get into this again. Matt, you were at Kirby's house.
Yep, used to take the bus to his house. I was put in touch with Jack by Glenn Danzig back in the early 90s. We were buying and selling a lot of Glenn's comic collection, stuff that he didn't want to keep. Glenn had amazing stuff, and we sold a lot of it to a couple of Motown songwriters.
Nice. Very cool. Okay. All right, everybody. Let us go to my next pick, and that is this one. So this is the 1968 King Kong comic published by Gold Key Comics. A lot of you who are familiar or have at least a passing familiarity with the Gold Key will remember that for a lot of their comics, they didn't number them. So there's no number on this. So it's just, so I can tell you it's from 1968. And I love it because I'm a King Kong fan, first and foremost, ever since very early childhood when I saw the original King Kong from 1933 with Fay Ray. And I've just been a fan ever since. And I will say that I would have preferred that, this is George Wilson, by the way. George Wilson, I would have preferred that it would have been sort of a darker palette as opposed to very bright, sunny yellows and oranges. So that's not thrilling to me. But other than that, I think it's a very nice painting. It's a classic, great scene from the movie. Very dramatic. And what can I say? It's just really, really cool that this thing still exists, and it was a lot of fun for me to see it come out on the market. And this one sold for $40,000, $40,800, and a lot more than I expected. But there are some serious King Kong aficionados out there, King Kong collectors, who collect anything related to King Kong. So I think a lot of the bidding may have included those types of people, not just comic book art people,
Agreed.
So there you go. Let's just get in here a little bit closer. And take a closer look. There's Fay Ray. And Matt, what do you say? Do you what are your views in terms of the artwork, and do you have any thoughts on the art or the color palette that, like, as I did?
I think I can see why he went light, and it's because he was dealing with a character who has to be the central image, who is inherently dark. And so he would have been forced to do more complicated lighting motifs, which would have added probably 2 hours into the painting. These guys didn't get paid a lot, as you know, and so it was really, is it good enough? Can we get it out there? And I think by choosing that orange and yellow, that it gave him an option to really pop King Kong off of the background. And I would imagine that, and so in 1968 was actually, 1968 was a huge revival year for the film King Kong. And I actually have a reissue poster which has this really psychedelic, weird drawing of King Kong on it, and it was playing when it was playing festivals. So there was they knew obviously there was a fan base for it, not just sort of a random licensing at Gold Key at the time. And so it was very important that the giant ape come across. There's also, that's coinciding with Planet of the Apes, being in theaters. So, or being talked about being in theaters, and that paperback being on the spinning racks, soon to be a major motion picture. So apes were a big thing. And I think he did a really good job of selling the primary product of that comic.
Yeah.
And this was a big comic, right? It was like, it wasn't a regular comic book.
Yeah. It's funny because I don't remember that. But David right here, he's the one who pointed out that this was like a treasury size comic. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, a lot of fun, especially if you're a King Kong fan. Stuff like this is always fun to see. So
Kong, really, the creature, there's Bride of Frankenstein. There's a couple of monsters that have a much bigger fan base than I think people who aren't huge fans that they don't get it. Right. And that certainly pushes the price up on this. So for a Wilson painting, that might be peak pricing for anything he's ever painted being sold at auction.
It's funny because shockingly enough, I can't remember if it's, I don't think it's the peak because another one also sold for a lot of money. I can't remember how much. The Swiss Family Robinson, I think it was #1.
Oh, wow.
The first one, and another one, one of the Valiant ones, one of the characters, Magnus. I think it was Magnus #1. Yeah. But
Magnus #1, I could see that being a really, really big deal too. But it's interesting because we'll see this as we move forward. I just want to say that I think that the prices in this auction were low. And there was some record-breaking prices, but I still think that the prices were really low. I think it reflects something that's happening right now. I hear, there are other channels have covered this topic, and honestly, it's funny. I'm happy that because I'd already picked my pieces, and I saw some of these other shows, and they really weren't talking about the pieces that I had selected, at least while I was still watching them. And which made me feel good. I was like, oh, we get to talk about different stuff, so people don't feel like they're double dipping on a conversation about the same pieces. But but they didn't talk about what I think is really obvious, that we are seeing prices go down on original art. Like everybody's like, oh, this is such a great thing. People are still buying original art. I've seen a trend like over the last few months that prices are coming down, that pieces are selling. There's baller pieces, and baller pieces are always going to be big. And there's a handful of artists whose work should be constantly getting more money than before. But as we're going to see, that's not always the case.
All right. Well, I did want to address Thomas's comment. Just wanted to say that I watched it when it came out on TV, I guess a year after it went to the theaters. The one with Jessica Lange. And let me tell you, as like a 7-8-year-old, whatever it was at the time, yeah, she was one of my first crushes. So beautiful in that movie. Oh my God. And just so you know, Thomas, in case these things interest you, I was watching it many, many years ago, and on I don't know if it was on on a VHS cassette, an old VHS cassette that I had. And there's a moment where King Kong's got her, and he's holding her in his hand, and so you see a close up.
Opens her dress.
Right. He's kind of flicking at the dress or whatever, and you actually see the nip slip.
Yes.
And you can freeze frame it just to prove it. And yes, it's like it's completely showing the nip. Yeah. It's like, oh my God.
Here's another funny story about that too.
Yeah.
So you remember the cards? They made trading cards.
Trading cards, yeah.
So that movie came out, what, 1976?
76, that's right, yeah.
So
yeah.
So 78, they still had these boxes of King Kong cards at the kind of local corner store, like the collectible shop that we would go to. And I would be like digging up mussels on the shore of Lake Hamilton and selling them for $0.25 a piece, 1.5 miles down the road, to buy Star Wars and King Kong packs, because I was sure there was a card that showed Jessica Lange's nipple in that. Like, as a little kid, like there was just something in my head me think that had to be in that card. It's like that there was going to be that magic trading card that had that scene. Of course it didn't. I did collect all the cards in the course of a summer, with a sweat equity, as one might say. But yeah, I mean, that was a tremendous film for kids our age. Like it was definitely a titillating movie.
Yeah, for sure.
Pun intended, I guess.
Well, yeah, I'm sure. Mr. Rajak says that the movie's very laughable now. The poster's better than the movie. You know, I've heard a lot of people say that, but I've watched it several times, even in adulthood. I still really enjoy it every time I've seen it. I don't think it's hokey or cheesy. I thought it was pretty well done for the 1970s.
Ending's very effective. The ending is still very emotional.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I like it. I'm still a fan for sure. I was getting soda balls for cards and comics.
Yep.
And cleaning out of car wash vacuums for change. Yeah, you did what you had to do, man. There you go. Okay, let's keep it rolling, everybody. Let us keep it rolling. The next piece is Matt's pick, and it is Famous Monsters of Filmland, number 42, cover by Ron Cobb from 1967. And this one went for $22,600.
Which seems about right, honestly. But it's a ridiculous painting. And I picked it because it is such a ridiculous painting. The anatomy is completely off. Look at the length of the Wolfman's arm and the length of Frankenstein's arm. Yeah. But it's also clearly influenced Mike Deodato's cover to Hulk, the first appearance of the Thunderbolts in Hulk 449, which also has this tremendously exaggerated arm gripping somebody. You know, instead of it going down, it's going up. You know, it's a much thicker figure. It's also incredibly bad anatomy, but it's one of those comics that people just love. And I picked this just to be able to talk about that, because sometimes that exaggerated effect leaves a lasting impression. And again, they were trying to sell magazines. So if you saw that crazy painting, you might be like, what the heck is this? Like, I have to see what's in this. Like, this is bananas. Like, and, you know, and who knows what was on the inside of that particular issue. But certainly it's not, of the caliber of, the Basil Gogos covers, or any of the other really, really, truly amazing Famous Monsters covers. But it's still, for some people, probably a very, very nostalgic piece. And it's Frankenstein versus the Wolfman. Yeah,
that's what I was gonna say. Is for me. Listen, I don't sugarcoat shit. All right. When you gave me your picks, I was like, what? Why would he pick this shit?
Because it's so goofy. Like, you have to talk about it.
Yeah. But that's what I figured. I was like, you want to talk about it because it's so bad, it's good. In that kind of way, right?
Yeah, it's so weird. It doesn't look like an American magazine art. Like it looks like, not even. I mean, the Italian covers were fantastic, but like I'm thinking like almost like the Brujeria type comics out of Mexico, which had like these really garish covers. I mean, the color palette here is extremely garish with that kind of lime green and like this kind of muddied orange. Like nothing about this works, but it's somehow like when you see it, you can't unsee it. It's like a train wreck. Exactly. And that must have sold magazines. I'm sure that it did phenomenally well in the newsstand as a result of it.
I'm sure it did. Absolutely. Yeah, it was a great time for monsters and reviving monsters, and Yeah. So Yeah, no, it's fun. It's a fun, like, again, I wouldn't care to own it, but it's a fun piece to look and talk about, you know?
Yeah.
So for sure. Okay, cool. So let us bring that down here and go on to the next piece. And the next piece is my choice, and that is Ghost Rider number 11, cover by Larry Stroman and Mark Texeira from 1991. Very memorable cover for those of you who were around back then and were collecting Ghost Rider. I wanted to say that Mark Texeira's style at the time, I mean, his finishing style, it was so unbelievably unique and strong that even, you know, whether he was penciling or just inking somebody else, it always ultimately ended up looking like Tex's work, you know? But I do love just that whole upper half that you wouldn't get to see on a published comic because of the logo. And let's just zoom in here and take a look at that, you know? Yeah, I think just that it just shows movement, and it's just really, really cool. And it does, this top part looks more Stroman-esque than the rest of it, but that's understandable because, of course, the inking style, it's gonna, you know, by Tex is gonna dominate naturally.
And he knew that they were gonna throw a title on. He's like, I'm not putting the work in on that top.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, that's it. It's not like it's you know, one of my all-time favorites, but it's memorable. I remember it, and this was one of my secondary choices, anyways. That you know, I had to throw in there after, you know, many of the ones that I wanted were already chosen by you. So, you know,
yeah, and that was actually one of my secondary choices too. Like, it's one of the ones that fell outside the top 20. That I was like, there's something to it. And because it's Stroman, I was like, it looks nothing like Stroman. Like, it is really amazing how an inker can completely change somebody's pencils.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Hey, Alex, what is up, man? I really wanted this one, he says, but couldn't open the wallet. Yeah, man, listen, everything nowadays, especially if there's a lot of nostalgia for it, boy, oh boy, it is all very, very expensive. I mean, this one still went for over 10K. Just over $10,000. So, yeah, man, everything costs money nowadays. Everything that we remember from at least, you know, a generation ago or older, or almost everything is super expensive, you know. So,
yeah,
you know, that's life, man. But okay, excellent. That's a quickie. Let us move on to the next piece then, and the next one is the 8th piece tonight, and that is.
Oh, did you glitch? Ruben, I think you froze. It's a good comment. The thinker. I don't know what's in the queue. I could start talking about it now, but I'm not sure which piece is going to be next. I will say though that, like I said, that there's a lot of pieces, and certainly there was one collector's collection of Atomic Age horror stuff that went up for sale, and it was the likes of which people had no idea was on the market. Yay, he's back. And that I think that that stuff, while seemed very pricey to some people, I think wasn't really as expensive as I expected it to be, or as it could have been probably. But cool.
So I missed everything you said about the Byrne page.
I didn't pop up. Like you froze.
Oh, I froze before it even showed?
Yep.
Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. Yeah, I've been, for the last 20, 30 minutes, I've been getting a little thing up in the corner telling me that my connection is weak or whatever. And then suddenly I was showing it and I was still talking about it, I thought I was showing it, right? And I'm talking about it. And then I noticed, I was like, hey, wait a second. Where's my browser? What happened to the browser? I'm like, oh shit. Okay. I'm not here. Nobody's seeing me. And Matt's by himself now all of a sudden. Okay. Yes. It's now the Matt Kennedy show. There you go. That is so funny. Okay. So sorry about that, everyone. Let's hope. I'm not getting the signals at the signals weeks right now. So let's hope. Let's hope it stays okay. Tell us about the film industry. Yeah, nice.
Yes.
He returns. There we go. And yes, guess the next one is Byrne. Exactly. So yeah, let me just do the. Sorry, everyone. Do the share screen feature. Give me a second, and we'll be right there with you. And here we go. Let's see here. Yeah, got it.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I mean, this is. I mean, when a page from that issue pops up, this is Uncanny X-Men 129. So this is a pretty pivotal issue of Uncanny X-Men. You get the origin story of Kitty Pryde by the artist who created her. And it's an unusual panel layout for John Byrne, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's pretty regimented. It's, a 2, and then a 3. But the way that he uses that middle set of panels to really convey a sense of unknown, like she falls to bed and then she falls into the living room. Now you don't see the fall. There's not a bunch of action lines of someone falling down. It's in the text. So the beautiful thing about Bronze Age comics are that the lettering was attached to the page. This is one of Claremont's stronger issues on the run, on one of the best comics monthly being written at the time. And then that whole bottom set of panels is where you get what you just saw in the previous panel. And then as a reader, you had to kind of go back and look and kind of figure it out again. But he did a really, really good job at doing it. And he didn't have to go the kind of Steranko route of like doing a really strange panel layout in order to be able to get that point across. I also like that he seemingly used some red pencil in there for the curtains in the downstairs, in the living room.
Oh, that's not red pencil. That's not red pencil. That's actually just marker, but horrible quality ink marker that just turned color. That
lost a little bit of its luster. It's so cool to see, though. I mean, it looks really cool on this page, and when you think about the fact that, again, even in this era, it wasn't like the artists were like, I'm going to sell my artwork pages. It was like, certainly, Neil Adams had kind of fought to get his pages back because he was making money selling them. But they still weren't thinking as like an archival thing, like, oh, we have to use good glue on this. We have to use, good inks. And we're going to see a lot of that as we move on. What's interesting is that the India ink and stuff that the guys in the Golden Age used to use has pretty much stood the test of time. Like that stuff still looks fantastic, but they weren't going to cheaper materials yet at that point, which would start to happen in the 1970s and really, really in the 1980s, but a little bit in the 70s.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really a fun page, even though, again, for those of us who remember reading these comics, right? I mean, and anybody who's against it can please speak up. I think everybody I've ever sort of heard talk about this run and this part of the run, we were all, most of us were probably kids or at most teenagers at the time. And I don't know too many people that have ever said, yeah, I wasn't a big fan of Kitty Pryde. I think most people had a sort of soft spot for her. I think a lot of it probably had to do with the fact that Claremont and Byrne had introduced a 13-year-old. I believe that's what her age was at the time. And not only, and not to be crass about it, but not only a 13-year-old, right? But she just became a teenager. And it's a 13-year-old, which probably for the first time ever drawn without huge breasts.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, in comics, it seems to not matter. As long as you're in your teens or older, the artists always seem to draw them with pretty big developed breasts already, And she was drawn like a typical looking 13-year-old, and that made it more realistic. It made you sort of think, hey, this girl could be in my classroom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It looks like any other girl in my class, or any of my high school class, or a junior high class, you know?
Seeing her change, like seeing her grow in the comics and change dramatically from her role in the X-Men from the Claremont run. And then, of course, Jim Lee had absolutely no interest in the character at all. So she kind of disappears, you know, from the key titles. But then seeing her come back during Joss Whedon's run, you know, with John Cassaday drawing. And I love Cassaday's take on, you know, like Kitty Pryde in her 20s, you know, who's now like, she's a veteran because she's been on the team since she was, you know, pubescent, basically. Yeah. So it's really cool to have a character have that amount of growth, and for the good writers who knew how to use that character to really, you know, stick to the script and keep the character interesting and have her become strong in a very believable way. So yeah, these early appearances are fantastic. And I mean, it was also, she became a machine for Chris Claremont to be able to get very political, because you can excuse a teenager for saying dumb things, or at least you could in that era. Now, maybe not, you know, now you couldn't tell these stories the way that Claremont told them. And I think he told them the right way. Like, I don't think that his use of pejorative terms was the wrong way of using those pejorative terms. I think he needed somebody to say them in order to make the argument, to make the case for why the character is an important element of the team, and why it grounds the storytelling itself to the demographic that's reading it. So yeah, and I think that adds to the importance of it too. Mike Choi is the only person, I think, besides Josh and Danny Shinyaluo, who ever drew X-23 the age that she was supposed to be. And every other artist draws her like, you know, a swimsuit model from, you know, not even Sports Illustrated, but, you know, like from Victoria's Secret or something.
Yeah, you know, I'm even disappointed. Like, comics always disappoint me. Like, the older I get, like even Kitty Pryde. Speaking of Kitty Pryde, it was so disappointing, you know, to me to see that eventually, decades after she was created, at some point, and I don't remember who the first person to do it was, but eventually the artists all started drawing her as a typically large-breasted, you know, hot piece of ass, basically. Like, you know what I mean?
I'm glad I dropped out of comics for that era, so I never saw it, so it doesn't exist in my memory or in my reality. I'm glad I missed it.
It's just disappointing, because it's like she was created that way to be different from all other females visually, you know, in that way.
Yeah.
And she was that way for years. So why couldn't you just leave well enough alone? Why does every female, like, there's some kind of edict that states that every female in comics has to have huge tits? I just don't get it. Like, what's the obsession?
Resale value. I mean, let's be honest. There's a certain amount of arrested development, you know, in comics. True. And in comic creators, in comic artists, you know, and that they draw what they like, and that's what they like. They're not the most complicated people. You know, when Jim Lee was starting up to draw for Marvel, and certainly when he started Wildstorm Studios over in Santa Monica, right off of 3rd Street, I mean, these weren't mental giants. I mean, these were guys that liked drawing hot chicks, and they knew that they could sell their art for more if they had a new hot chick on every page. At least I'll say this for Jim Lee. Instead of like sticking with Betsy Braddock, you know, as Psylocke, he's like, nope, I'm changing this character completely. I'm gonna make her a completely different character. I'm gonna make her this hot Asian girl. That's what I want to draw. That's what I think my audience wants. So I'm just gonna do that. So like the Betsy Braddock that was introduced in the New Mutants annual completely changes once, you know, right, Jim Lee gets his hands on the character. But I mean, at least to his credit, he did it in a less ham-fisted way than perhaps it could have been done, by having a reason for doing it, I guess, which he probably co-wrote into the script. I'm not sure how long Claremont actually stuck in on, when the Baxter edition of X-Men came out, which is where, he had certainly done Psylocke previous to that. Was issue 2 in the 250s or 260s, where he completely changes the character. But I'm sure that was like, he's like, I want to draw this character like that. And Claremont's like, well, then we need to change it, and so they did.
Yeah.
But yeah, like everybody looks like Lady Death these days. It's kind of dumb.
Right. With that, I just want to remind everybody, if you don't mind, if you're watching this, if you don't mind, please hit the thumbs up button somewhere where I'm pointing right beneath here. It looks like this. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Speaking of hitting the thumbs up, thank you, Nick, for trying to rally those likes. I appreciate that. Yeah, so let us now go on. And I don't know, and I apologize, everybody. I guess my ISP is having issues, whatever. Never happened before that I just got kicked off like that. So I don't know if it'll happen again, probably at this point. But I'll keep coming back. And I know, Matt, you're so awesome that I know you know what to do to keep it going for me when I disappear. So
Sure.
So there you go. Okay, so let us move on to the next piece. And interestingly enough, this next piece is one that I fully expected you to pick. And I was like, oh, he didn't pick this one, so I'm going to pick this one. And yeah, let's say, well, you'll know in a second. You'll probably know why. Okay, share window. Here we go. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, so this is an issue of the Comics Journal, everybody. We've spoken about Comics Journal on this show many times in the past, about Gary Groth and what we think about the publication and him as a person and his views on everything in comics, mainstream comics especially. But, this being an homage to the old EC comics, with the central character being William Gaines, the publisher of EC Comics, and with inset panels, check it out, inset panels of Gary Groth at the top on the left, the Critic Keeper, Roy Thomas, the Fault Keeper, and Catherine Ironwood from, I don't even know if that's how you actually say the name, but those of you who remember the old... The independent boom of the 80s. Well, remember, she was the publisher of Eclipse Comics. I believe her, along with Dean Mulaney. She's known as the old bitch here, so that's pretty funny. Yeah, and I just think that it's a William Stout cover, and I just think that it's a really beautiful line art. I love the finished ink lines. I just think it's really, really pretty stuff. And, I'm an EC fan, not a huge fan, of course, but I love the design of all their covers. I like the look of all their covers. And so anytime I see an homage to one of their covers, I always think it's quite fun. And the fact that this one is done this way with William Gaines as the subject, and then with those other three people there on the inset panels, I just think it's a lot of fun and really, really cool. So, and it's signed by Al Feldstein, another EC artist. So, yeah, just thought that would be cool. And
by Alfred E. Newman there on the rolled up Mad magazine, which was the only comic EC was still publishing at the time in a magazine, of course.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. So for those of you who may not know, EC Comics were the publishers of Mad magazine back in the day. Throughout the 80s and onward, who ultimately became the publisher? Matt, do you know?
Well, now EC's back.
Oh,
so and EC, by the way, stands for Entertaining Comics or an Entertaining Comic. There was a company called East Coast Comics that were doing 1970s reprints, really nice ones of some of the more code pushing issues of the horror comics for a while, but they kept that same EC logo and then changed it to East Coast. A lot of the underground comic publishers did motifs that copied the EC Comics layout. I'm sure a couple of different hedge funds owned EC and Mad Magazine towards the end. I'm not sure exactly. Nick probably would actually know who ended up owning Mad Magazine when it ceased publication. Then it came back as well. But that's actually the issue where William Gaines talks about his diet pill problem and how high he was all the time when most of this stuff was going down. It's a really great issue of Comics Journal.
Oh, great. Yeah, I did not know that.
I mean, back then the journal was great because they would interview people that drew mainstream comics, and they would also have them interview people. You know, it was sort of set up kind of like Andy Warhol's Interview Magazine, where Warhol would find two people that he thought were really cool and make them interview each other, which of course made his job easy because he didn't have to do anything but publish it. Groth, of course, always had his editorial column, was always very opinionated, very upfront, frequently wrote things that got the publication sued. Very famously by Harlan Ellison, and then very famously by Michael Fleischer. And Harlan Ellison was the person who said the thing about Michael Fleischer that caused the Michael Fleischer lawsuit. So it's a very storied publication. I think when it changed format into the kind of smaller digest size version of itself, instead of kind of a standard American magazine, is when it really it stopped hiding its contempt for superheroes. And if it wasn't a comic being written by Grant Morrison, it wasn't going to get covered.
Yeah, right, exactly. So by this time, it was Warner who was publishing Mad? Oh, interesting. Okay. Thanks, Marcus. All right. Excellent. Let us move on to the next piece then, everybody. The next piece is going back to Matt's pick, and that will be his fifth. Here we go.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, one that I was going to pick.
I mean, that is maybe the most iconic Darth Vader cover of the original Star Wars run. And then you have kind of a sexy robot, which is just sort of bonus for a teenage boy. But, I don't think I was actually still reading Star Wars at this time, but I was definitely working at a comic book shop and remember filing back issues of Star Wars into the bin and pulling that out and looking at it and almost buying it. Later, of course, I had a complete run of Star Wars in one of the many collections that I've purchased and sold over the years. Robot Booty. And it's just amazing. And this leads into the Return of the Jedi adaptation by Marvel. So this is like a kind of very, very important comic just for Star Wars within the run, but certainly for a Darth Vader collector.
Yeah. Cobb reveals that Dino ended up winning it. So good for him. There you go.
I mean, it sat at like $5,800 for a really, really, really long time. And then it shot up to like what you might expect it to go for.
Yeah. But that always happens, right? That's not surprising. Yeah. Marcus, yeah, it looks like one of those Nazi helmets or one of those
right, a Kaiser helmet from World War I, but that's just where the A in the Star Wars lines up. Again, just like one of those kind of happy accidents that makes it even more sinister, like even crazier.
Yeah, it's a nice little tangent there.
There was also there was a revival of biker movies that was happening around this time. So where the bikers all had those Kaiser helmets and stuff.
Yeah,
and they were always the bad guys.
Exactly. The bad guys. Bad biker dudes,
Yeah.
That's funny. But yeah, excellent choice, my friend. We were both going to choose it, obviously. So, but yeah, that was really, really cool. For Darth Vader fans, I mean, that's pretty awesome.
Yep.
So excellent. All right. We'll go to the next one, people. And for that, this is my choice. And that is The Wasp from Marvel Swimsuit Special number 3. And this was the Wasp pinup for that issue from 1994, done by Adam Hughes. Now, the interesting thing about this is I looked at this and I saw it. And of course, I think the Wasp looks beautiful here. But the inking style, I would have sworn that this was, especially also because it was from 1994, I would have sworn that this was inked by Carl Story, who was Adam's longtime inker back in this era. And yeah, this type of highlights with these type of little bits of feathering here, right, along the side of the breast, right, that you see here, right. That was kind of a common thing that and these sort of sharper lines like this here. That was how Carl Story often inked Adam. So I would have sworn it would have been by him, but Adam's the only one who signed it. It doesn't mean Carl Story didn't ink it, but it does appear that it would be Adam Hughes on his own. Either way, I think it's really beautiful. Yeah, nothing much to say about it other than I really dig Adam Hughes' work from this era.
When he was still very much doing a Dave Stevens thing. Yeah.
Well, I think to be more precise, what I really liked about it is compared to today, there's something that, yes, he developed and got better, but as an original art collector, an original art fan, what I don't like is that he started to delve more and more into computers. And the more he got into computers to help him work faster, what it meant was that he did less and less work in the traditional format with a pencil and a pen, right? So his original art for many, many years now, I find it to be lacking. It's very sparse because he purposely leaves a lot of the work, especially the lighting, the shading, so he can finish all that stuff with the colors on computer,
Yeah.
And so it leaves me wanting, and it leaves the black and white originals looking very flat, rather than three-dimensional. So that's what's disappointing to me about his, modern day stuff of the last decade or so, So
I mean, this was certainly too when he and Dave were hanging out a lot. In that era, I had met at San Diego Comic-Con, became very fast friends. But this is a great piece to talk about diminishing value, because an Adam Hughes 11x17 commission is $10,000. To this level of completion. So the fact that this went for $5,500 and change shows that those buyers for Adam Hughes artwork didn't step up for it, or maybe the Wasp wasn't necessarily a popular character for them, but I mean, it's a phenomenal illustration. So that's one of the pieces that really stood out to me as a canary in the coal mine, that if a published Adam Hughes cover that beautiful is going for half as much as his commissions are going for now, what does that say about his value in the marketplace? Or is it really just a statement about the market writ large? And I feel that it's about the market writ large.
Right. Okay. It's an opinion. Yeah. I still feel like overall, if you take into account every single piece that shows up at auction, right, and there's 800 to 900 or whatever it is, I still feel that overall it's strong. I still feel, I think I may be noticing more pieces that, this one sold for weaker than it did the last time it was up or whatever. That's
easier to notice. Yeah.
You're right, that you notice, exactly. But having said that, I still feel like as a whole, there's still way more stuff that sells for like current strong values as opposed to lower than expected values. That's my
well. Then let's take that as an optimistic point, and so we'll flip it and say maybe the buyers now are interested in very old and very new, and a lot of stuff in the middle, if it's not truly iconic stuff, isn't really reaching the point that the new work is. So like you can look at, Daniel Warren Johnson stuff, and his stuff just sells for crazy amounts of money. Right. And then you go and you look and you see like, well, we haven't seen a lot of resale of his stuff. Honestly, like the people who are buying his stuff are hanging on to it. It'll be interesting to see what happens when they start to sell it, because how many people will choose? I mean, that's a good question. Maybe it's probably going to be a swimsuit somebody, but so like I said, the Wasp could be, it's a weak character and maybe that reflects it. It's really hard to do apples to apples with original artwork. You can kind of do peaches to nectarines, right? Like if it's not the exact same piece selling again, then you have to look at how much is the same artist's artwork worth? And then how do you measure that? Is it the right character? Is it the character they're known for? Is it a cover? Is it an iconic cover? So it is really, really hard to make kind of hard math. But maybe that's the thing. I do see that new art continues to sell very, very well. And I see that, older pieces, we'll say now Bronze Age backwards, Copper Age backwards, is selling for really, really good money. And the stuff in the middle, the stuff that's a couple years old, is sitting. And, flippers, I don't know. I don't think there's a lot of original art flippers out there, to be honest. It's if you're going to flip, there's a lot easier stuff to flip. Pokemon cards are a lot easier to flip. Magic cards are easier to flip. Certainly silver dollars are easier to flip. But yeah, I mean, that's sold for half of what you could buy a piece from him now. And as you say, the pieces now have a little bit more of a different influence to them than the stuff that I think made his name in the business. And this is definitely that era that made his name in the business. Because his early work, I didn't really like too much. But when he started getting a little bit more Dave Stevens-y, I really started to enjoy it. And now he's developed his own style, which is still really, really fantastic. But this is kind of the birth of like the Adam Hughes fascination, where any cover he did would sell.
Yeah, very much so. Rickster, you're right. You're right. Well, no, I wouldn't mind seeing it, but I would not commission him. I don't believe in paying those types of prices for any artist. I don't care how popular they are or how much I like them. But I would like to see it. Yes.
That Dave Stevens cover comes close.
Close to what?
The Kong cover, where the fingers kind of like brush it.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Very much so. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Kenneth. Good to see you this evening. Thanks for dropping in. Okay, so excellent. Let us move on now. We gotta keep moving. We fell behind. Me getting kicked off by my ISP constantly keeps making us fall behind. Thanks for keeping the show going and all those moments, Matt. I appreciate it. Yeah. So let us go to your next pick. Krazy Cat from 1941, April 27th, $26,400.
Which is, that seems cheap. That seems really, really cheap to me for a piece of artwork that old, from a character that is very, very important to the development of comic books. And when you look at that, you immediately think Chris Ware. You look at how many panels are on that page. And it seems impossible, and yet it works perfectly. So, yeah, I think it's a really, really important piece of artwork. It's a self-contained, one-page comic, one-page piece. So, whenever you can get all the gags on one page, that's fantastic. And that was kind of the style at the time. But you don't see stuff of that quality pop up on market so often.
Yeah, well, no, they don't. They're not too common for sure. But at the same time, they in America, they certainly don't have the largest following either, right? It's typically Europeans, people overseas that really dig this stuff.
And George Herriman in particular, like George Herriman is very, very collected by UK collectors. And I think that perhaps, Krazy Cat was featured on a lot of products in England, which might have helped. And then those products made it into the continent, so that there will be collectors in France and Italy and who really, really dig his work. But yeah, that's a good point. But I think we're seeing. It's funny. I think to a really great degree, the European collectors really steered the market for interest in Silver Age art. Like we didn't start seeing really the prices that we started seeing even 20 years ago. And whereas in Europe, that stuff was already selling for a pretty penny. So maybe we should look at this as an indication of if you want this stuff, it's not getting any cheaper. And you can probably find some of this stuff in the U.S. in U.S. collections. So something to bear in mind as you think about what direction your collecting is going to go in.
Yep. Well said. All right. From there, let us move on to my next pick. And for that, I chose this very mainstream DC Challenge number 11, page 23. Splash page of Darkseid by Keith Giffen and Dave Hunt from 1986. This one sold for $6,600. And
again, that seems cheap, you know. A Keith Giffen Darkseid, like
yeah,
but cheap to me.
But don't forget though that it's not like it's Keith Giffen's Darkseid splash making a splash page appearance from one of his Legion run issues. You know,
I know that clearly, but I mean, it's still, you know, the guy that made the character popular. Honestly, you know, like. Certainly, it's a Kirby character, but it was that Legion Great Darkness saga that made the character who he was. Superpowers was garbage, but the you know, this is. I mean, it's so classically Giffen. I mean, you almost expect Ambush Bug, you know, to pop out in one of the other panels because it's so his style of that time. He had just passed away, so you know, I think people were. He's fresh in the minds of collectors of like, oh my gosh, I never, you know, if you never got a Giffen page, that's a pretty awesome Giffen page.
Oh, it's fantastic. That's fantastic. And while the Darkseid head, obviously, you know, the image captured me first, and I think it's brilliant because it's very Kirby-esque, but while being very, very uniquely Giffen. You know what I mean?
Yep.
He's not trying to ape. He's not trying to ape Kirby. He's sort of he's just being inspired by him. You know, that's what I love about it. And once you get over the, you know, you're staring at the Darkseid image, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, what else is there here? What's going on in the background? And you start realizing that on the monitors, he's got the Trinity that seem to be getting tortured. Because Superman, Batman. And let me go down a little here. Look at that. You can barely see her face, but Wonder Woman, right? And so the Trinity's right there. And it's like, wow, that's really, really awesome. I love how the hand's right there in your face, even closer than his head is. Yeah, it's just it's pretty spectacular. A simple, but yet still spectacular. And
one of the things... as collectors, you know, we're sort of like proudly nerdy in what we know about our comics. And so when Darkseid was kind of re-edited back into the Justice League movie, younger Marvel fans were thinking, oh, you know, this is just DC's Thanos. And of course, Thanos being a kind of, you know, ripoff of Darkseid. But if you look at the chin on this Darkseid, that's the Marvel Thanos chin. You know, in the movies, not the Thanos chin from the comics. Like it's kind of funny.
There we go. There's the chin.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, it's great. And I don't know. I guess I'm not that familiar enough with what the Giffen market should be, especially since, you know, post his death. I don't know. To me, I thought, oh, okay, yeah, that seems to have gone for what it should have gone for. So I don't know. Maybe you're right though. I'll acquiesce to you. You know. Yeah. But yeah, very, very nice either way, regardless of whether it went cheap or expensive or for the right price. You know. And I think thank you again.
We can probably at least say that it's the new basement.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, thanks, Nick. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Thanks to all of you who are hitting that like button. Really appreciate it. If you haven't done so, please click it. It's right below the video screen on the right hand side. And yeah, Copy says those little details are nice. It has a lot of good elements. Yeah, it certainly does. Yeah, and Carl talked to the hand. Classic, smiling knuckles. That is a great page. I knew you would love it, Caesar, for sure, man. I did it for you. Yeah, Giffen was certainly great. No, you know what? I bought it. I remember because I bought it when it came out. I remember thinking, wow, that's such a cool premise. I don't know. For those of you who don't know what the premise of the 12-issue maxi series was, it's basically every issue was done by a different creative staff, okay? Yeah. Writer, penciler, inker. And so what happened was, the first creative staff for the first issue had to hand over their, story, all their creative work for that issue to the people for the second issue, and they just had to continue it based on what they had just read and just try to come up with a continuation of it, and on and on and on for 12 consecutive issues. So that was pretty wild. I thought that was super, super cool, but of course, you can imagine the difficulties with it. And I don't remember the stories at all, but I vaguely remember that at a certain point, I felt like, I don't know, this doesn't seem to be working very well, or it doesn't seem
not cohesive. Yeah.
Yeah, cohesive. Exactly. So, but give them credit for trying something like that. That's, you'd love a DC Challenge cover. Well, they've come out.
Those covers are busy. They were really, really busy covers.
Yeah. I have the page 20 splash of Darkseid. Page 20, you mean from this issue? Oh, that's cool. Oh, from that issue. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Very, very cool. It never appealed to me. Mickey says, you mean DC Challenge never appealed to you?
Probably.
Because I know that. I think the art appeals to you a lot.
I mean, that's kind of the thing. Like, nostalgia is a really interesting commodity, because so much of what is very expensive now was not spectacularly regarded in its day. I mean, look at the Kubert brothers run on X-Men. Yeah. That wasn't spectacularly popular. They kind of took over a title and the circulation went down. The writing wasn't being praised as being as good as it was, in the era before. But look at what that art goes for. I mean, there's certainly nostalgia for it. And I think a lot of that nostalgia is certainly by people who were really young when they read it, so didn't necessarily know good from bad, but it didn't matter because it was a comic book that they read and loved. I get on the case of a lot of the Image stuff because reading it as a kid in my early 20s at the time, could recognize it as being junk. But if I had been 12 or 13, I would have loved it, probably. And then going back, in 8 or 9 years, I might have thought like, well, the art was really spectacular, but God, that's a dumbass comic. And in the same time frame, there was such better stuff on the newsstand. But if you were a younger kid, you weren't going to be reading Sandman. You probably weren't going to be reading Shade the Changing Man, or certainly not Love and Rockets. You wouldn't be reading the acclaimed stuff. So nostalgia has powered the pricing on that. There's a couple of collectors that really drove up the prices on the Adam and Andy Kubert stuff, but only for each other. And that's fine. They kind of get to pick the stuff that they want for themselves. But for people who are more casual X-Men fans who want to have a piece from every era, that becomes less and less popular as each era becomes, nostalgically raised up and becomes sort of out of touch. But apparently it hasn't happened yet with a lot of DC stuff. We see it in the comic book prices that DC keys just don't go for the prices that Marvel keys do. Part of it being that so little of that universe has been explored in film. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Matt, when we get to this next one is going to be yours. When we get to my pieces for the next several pieces of mine, I'm not going to say much, only because we're way behind. And if we want, I mean, way behind in the sense that if we want to kind of keep it to closer to 3 hours rather than 4, you know, which I'd rather do.
We'll get at our chest timer. We'll get our chest timers.
Yeah, that's it. We gotta kind of speed it up and catch up a bit, you know.
Sure.
But I'll do that on my pieces anyways. Okay, and Alberto says, and part of it being DC being that DC sucks. You suck. You suck, Alberto. There you go. You tell him, Tom. All right. Ruben can go all night long like Lionel Richie. You know it, Nikki. But it doesn't mean I want to. That's the thing, you know? Okay, there you go. That's right. Apologize to me too. Okay. So let me go on to the next piece, and that one is Matt's, I believe, 7th piece. Yes, let's check this one out. There you enter the House of Mystery 320 by Michael Kaluta from 1983.
I mean, it's just beautiful Kaluta work. You know, he became very well known for his return to House of Mystery. He had done covers in the 70s, back when Bernie Wrightson and Jeff Jones were doing covers, but he was kind of the regular cover artist for a while during this run of House of Mystery. What I love about this is that it kind of captures horror from a kid's point of view in the way that Stephen King's novel It does, in the way that Ray Bradbury's horror stories do. And the art is sort of reminiscent of like Rowena Morrill paintings. You know, Rowena Morrill sci-fi stuff always involved children. And it's just like a really fascinating piece. It's menacing. It's very well lit, you know, which is the gift of an illustrator, is to be able to convey light in a black and white drawing. So, yeah, I mean, this is just peak Kaluta. And, you know, there's not a whole bunch going on, except that clearly there's like some kind of zombie thing happening with these kids in the basement. Next thing you know, mom's dressmaker or grandma's dressmaker over in the corner. And so any kid can identify with that. Like, kids have, you know, their dad has a pickaxe in the garage or a shovel in the garage. They might have an aunt or a mom who has a dress form. So there's a familiarity for a child who would be reading these comic books on the rack that makes it scarier than it does to an adult. And so there's just a real element of kind of poignancy in its approach to depicting horror.
Very well said. I just want to say, everyone, I don't know if it's coincidence or not, but every time I notice that every time as I try to start zooming in, Matt's voice starts to cut out digitally. It feels like, you know, like the ISP issues are so, yeah. So whatever the issue is with my ISP, somehow whatever bandwidth I'm getting, as I try to enlarge it and I move and I manipulate the image, it feels like it's going to start kicking me off again or whatever. So I'm going to try, unfortunately, to not do too much of the zooming in and out. I'm sorry, just because I don't want to keep getting kicked off. But anyway, sorry about that. But yeah, no, excellent. You know, it's a cover that I think is considered very quiet. Oh, a couple of kids by the staircase, but everything you said is true, Matt. If you look beyond just what you initially see with your eyes, there's so much more to this going on, you know? Yeah. And that's what I think. That's what I wish comic fans would try to see, you know, to look past just the initial thing that you notice, you know?
Yep.
Yeah. And understand what makes a cover great. It's not always the slam bam, thank you, ma'am, action, titties and firepower and what, you know. Yeah. So there you go. So thank you. That's a good pick, man. And let's see. Alberto says, even your computer is complaining about DCR. Yeah, okay. Bringing that Ruben clone to take over. I saw him in the stream before. All of 80s DC stories were awesome, but as a whole, what are you talking about? You just said all of their stories for an entire decade were awesome, but as a whole, what does that even mean? That doesn't even make no sense, man. We're just going to move on. Justice League was the talk of the LCS for months. We all loved that series. In the 80s? Well, you better be talking about the McGuire one, not the not the Detroit.
DeMatteis, Giffen, and McGuire.
Yeah. No, that I agree. That was awesome. Okay, next piece on tonight's show is number 15. My selection. Look at that. I chose X-Men, Mutants. Okay, let me see if enlarging this. This is a panel page, so I need to try to enlarge it. Let's hope I don't get kicked off. It's a very Sabretooth-centric page. A friend of mine won this one. He thinks he paid too much or he paid a lot of money. I told him I saw this going for anywhere between 35 and $5 grand. It ended up going at the low end of that range at 3.6.
Is that Silvestri?
And no, it's actually a fill-in issue by Bret Blevins.
Oh.
Yeah, and he and I are both very big Bret Blevins fans, so yeah. And I would think that if it was Silvestri, it would have gone closer to the 5 or higher.
Yeah.
Since he was, the regular penciler on the title. But I've always liked Blevins' pencil work, his figure work. I mean, he understands the figure beautifully because he was an animation. And I believe still is occasionally. And I was a fan of his from the beginning, and so I liked when he would fill in on stuff like this. And it's an issue with the Marauders, so I'm sure you X-Men fans remember this pretty well. This was back in the heyday when Sabretooth was super popular in the X-Men comic. The Marauders were a big deal as a villain, a baddie team. Yeah, so there you go. Just wanted to show that. Mostly for you guys more than myself, to be honest. For you X-Men fans who watch here and there. And let me see here. I'm coming back to get some of your comments. And what did it go for? Yeah, so 3.6 thousand. Congrats to Mystery Friend. Yeah, congrats to him, I guess. Not a lot of Blevins available. Yeah, that's exactly right, Dan. Welcome, by the way. Good evening. That's because Blevins is like Simonson and Milgram and Austin. He kept pretty much most of his art throughout his career, so he still has the majority of it. And nice page though. Yeah, should have went higher in a few. Okay, yeah, shoulda, coulda, woulda, or woulda, coulda, shoulda. Apex Comics, I don't know you. What's up? Congratulations. Always love getting new people here. Blevins has been around longer than Tom Grummett. Yes, he definitely has. Yeah, about 4 years, 4 to 5 years before Tom broke in. This was a really great page, absolutely. Bret was excellence in execution. Yes, sir, he was. Still is. Even better today than he's ever been, even though he doesn't really do comic work. His Solomon Kane, yeah, pretty much everything he did I thought was fabulous. CA or KKK. Oh, you must be doing, I don't know, is that one of the things that is in the sound effects on the page or something? Man, no love for Justice League Detroit in this room. Sorry, dude, just was not a fan. I was like, okay, Justice League was just getting worse and worse for me in those days. But yeah, so there you go. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Canadian flag. Let us go on to Matt's next piece. And yes, Apex, Blevins' inking is incredible indeed. His drawing is even more incredible. Just as an all-around artist, he's fantastic. So there you go. All right, let me go on to the next piece, and that is the 8th piece, the 8th selection for Matt tonight. And another panel page. This was another one that I was going to choose as a new Teen Titans fan. And since the money shot is really the biggest deal, let me start there. And this up on the page. Yeah. What do you got to say about this one, Matt?
I love George Perez's Wonder Girl. And
yeah,
she's definitely prominent in this page. This is also, I think, one of 2 pretty decent Teen Titans pages in that auction. And the pages themselves, so the actual page, doesn't seem to have been completely mangled by whoever was operating the camera to shoot the artwork, which is incredibly rare in New Teen Titans art and Tales of the Teen Titans art. Like whoever was operating the camera to shoot the artwork for publication before it was being sent off to the colorists just had a haphazard, like putty knife cut, and all those pages just look like trash. They're not pristine pages. So whenever you see a Perez Teen Titans page that's where the page itself is still, corner to corner beautiful, it's extremely rare.
Yes, although, and you told me this through email, but I have to ask, is that important to you?
Extremely important.
Really? Wow.
I will not buy a page that has a haphazard cut line on it. I won't buy it. I don't care what it is. I will not do it. And I remember I came to this out of fine art. And so when I first organized, the Pop Sequentialism show, I was offered a bunch of pages by the Donnellys, by Steven specifically. And I was like, after I did that show, I was going to go back and do like maybe a Silver Age show or something, or a Bronze Age show. And he had all this great stuff. And I'm like, dude, my buyers won't buy it. Like, they're going to see it as a mangled piece of artwork, as beautiful as the pencils and inks are. And I tend to agree that if it looks mangled, it takes away from what it is. And now that's unfortunate, because probably the very best work is probably these pages that have really terrible cut lines on it, like his best pencils. But occasionally, maybe that dude called in sick and somebody who cared was operating the camera on a handful of days throughout the years. You see them every once in a while. But of course, it wasn't just Perez's work. It was almost everything coming out of certain lines of product at both DC and Marvel in the same era. So that's just something that I look for. It's something that I recognize. And this is a beautiful page. I mean, it's become much more acceptable, but certainly 30 years ago, that stuff's sad.
No. How many years ago?
Like 30.
Okay, that's well before my time. I will say, I want to make it clear that in all of my 26 or 27 years in the hobby, this has always been accepted. Nobody has said anything about it. The only negative, if you want to call it a negative, that I ever heard was when comic book guys would step in and, not knowing anything about art, would ask like, "Oh my God, like, well, what's going on? Is that bad? How come it's all cut weird like that or whatever?" And as long as you explain to them that, yeah, it went to the printer, they stuck it on the drum, and they were, just for the sake of expediency, they just took the razor blade and cut it off quickly or whatever, rather than untape it or whatever. Yeah. Oh, okay. And it's acceptable, right? That's it. That's the only thing I've ever heard. So I got to say, Matt, as a collector, wow, that's wild. Out of all people in this hobby that feels the way you do, I would not have expected it to be you. That's
yeah.
Yeah.
It's just in my DNA because of the other artworks that I deal. And it's funny because I don't know if I even have that same prejudice against like notebook pages. So like if it were, I've got, well, we'll talk about a piece that's coming up, but the like if it was a Picasso sketch pad and it was haphazardly ripped off, you would almost want it mounted specifically to showcase where the tear is, because he would have ripped it off himself. What's tragic about this is that the damage wasn't caused by the artist, so it's not an original damage. It's a post-production damage, and it tears me up, because there's so many older pieces are pristine. But that weird era in the early 80s where this guy was operating the camera and just destroying people's artwork, sometimes cutting into the actual artwork, like not even just taking off the top. But so when you do find one that's pristine, it's extra special. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Let me post this comment here from Evgeny Sokolov Art. Regardless, by the way, welcome, another first timer here. I don't know where you guys are coming out from or where you heard of the show, but I'm glad you're here. So Evgeny is saying, regardless of condition of the page, wouldn't it still be worth, well, I guess he means still be worth the same price because it's one of a kind. And the answer is yes, absolutely.
Yes.
It always has been, and that has never changed.
It's still worth what it's worth because it's the only one.
Yeah.
But there are going to be other, I mean, I don't think I'm super common, but there are other collectors who will not touch damaged artwork.
Yeah, no, you guys are definitely the exceptions to the rule. Most people don't care. Yeah,
and anybody who comes to the hobby through fine art, that's their mindset.
Right. Stanley says that is an unusual opinion from Matt.
It's unusual, I know.
Surprising. I think he means surprising. Like I'm very surprised. You know, yeah.
And I mean, I love George Perez, and that really limits, you know, what work is available. And certainly the best stuff, like Judas Contract artwork, I think it's all got that funky cut. Some is a little bit better than others. You know, sometimes it's just it's an angular cut. Sometimes it's a wavy cut, and the wavy cuts really make my blood boil. So yeah, I mean, so I have to kind of like, if I want something that is looking great, then I'm looking at Marcus's, I don't even understand it.
Your paintings have to have perfectly.
Of course they do. I mean, why wouldn't it? I mean, that's. I like I say, I'm speechless because it's such a bizarre question. If it's stretched, it's going to be perfect. But yeah, a lot of people will buy the damaged artwork, and certainly because in this hobby specifically too, that certain pages mean something to you because they're from the right story and the right process, that you want it because it's from that issue, and those things aren't necessarily going to bother you. But I mean, you would prefer that it wasn't damaged.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Evgeny, you're a premium member on CAF. Okay, that's good. And you follow the channel. You follow my channel? You mean like you're subscribed to my channel? If you are, I appreciate it. Thank you. But CAF doesn't advertise or do anything to promote my channel. So that's why I'm wondering how you may have heard of it. But I'm glad if you're a subscriber, if you follow me, I'm glad, man. Thank you more so for dropping in for the first time and chatting with us, man. So now you know, if you didn't already know, but if you've been watching, I guess you should know that if you tune in live, I make you part of the show, man. We interact with everybody here, so it's a good group thing going on we have, right? So thank you. Mickey, actually, interestingly enough, is saying something that is much more common than what you're saying about the inferior cutting, right? Sure. I also have known quite a few people who are like Mickey's friend. They're like, oh my God, no, whiteout. Ugh, I can't do it. Like,
I get it.
What? Really?
I get that. I understand it.
Wow.
It's a different particular thing, but I get it. I've also seen paintings where it's evident that there's been a paint over for a publication, right? And they've done a pretty good job of cleaning it up, but people who collect paintings hate that stuff, hate it. There's also, people hate partial stat pages. Even if the stat is something that's clearly supposed to be a stat, like an image from real life, almost like a collage piece. So I get the peccadillos that everybody has. We just have different peccadillos.
Yeah, absolutely. Carl says that my Byrne page from FF266 has cut corners, and I've had it for 30 plus years, and the uneven corners always bothered me. Wow. Yeah, but not enough for you to get rid of it, right?
Because Carl? It's unique. It's unique, because there isn't another version of it that's in better shape. But it is a tragedy. I mean, it was vandalism, that the person who operated that camera to shoot this stuff vandalized the artwork. And, if it had been a Picasso, the guy would be in jail. Like it's crazy that at that point, in the hobby where these guys were definitely reselling their pages, that he was so careless about something that was of value, not only to the person that produced it, but to their secondary resale market. And I will tell you this, and this is absolutely true, that those artists in that era did sell those pages for less because they were damaged when they sold them originally.
No. Okay. Hey, thanks, Apex. Appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see. Carl says, but because it has She-Hulk. Yeah, there you go. But hey, JC, what's up, brother? I get it, but it's production art, not fine art. That's he makes a perfect point. It's a very valid point. You know, I mean, yeah.
But there's a lot of production art that isn't mangled.
Yeah, but that's right.
So in an apples to apples comparison, there's a whole bunch of comic art that is not damaged. Has it brainwashed me? Maybe. I mean, I completely understand. I know he's saying it kind of jokingly, but I do get that has poisoned my view of that particular damage. But I think that it's a valid complaint. But I also see why you have no choice. So you weren't, if you want that page, that's the way it comes. You know, there's no other way to fix it. So you either want it or you don't want it. And more people want it than don't want it because they like what's on the page and care much less about the condition of the border that the artwork is on. But I mean, I know people that won't buy stuff because they don't like the frame, which is so easily replaced. You know, they walk into a gallery, so like, oh, I hate that frame. I'm like, well, then replace the frame.
Get another one.
Painting. And that's not damage. That's a very easy swap out. So I don't think it's as unusual as people would like to believe. I think that it's a particular problem that is specific to this hobby. Yeah.
I gotta say, just real quick, looking at the top of this page, it looks really weird to me.
That he might have cut it himself to get that square top off.
No. It just looks weird because, like as you say,
because it isn't jagged. You're so used to seeing the jagged ones.
Right. I'm just used to seeing the jagged ones. So to see a Titans page like perfectly square is like, it's so weird. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's
bizarre, but it's cool.
It's very rare. Yeah.
It's cool. But Evgeny says, he makes a good point. You know, being an artist, I like to see and hear what collectors look for in works and what is a deterrent to buying any artwork. Yeah, good points. It's good to learn that stuff, right? To avoid doing the things that may deter them from buying. So, for sure, Apex Comics must be Italian because he's saying disgrazia, and I think or maybe you're trying to call Matt disgraziado. You're a disgrace, apparently, Matt.
Well, now I do have to spend like just 30 seconds on about 10 more pieces because this one took up a lot of space.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let me catch up to these guys real quick. 99% that are serious collectors now don't care if it's a great page. It won't sway them from buying. Very true. Comic art.
I don't know what's serious. I mean, what's serious? That's an opinion word.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate it.
Yep.
I think I'm OCD. Says Carl. Comic art is fine art. Nah, it's not. But I don't want to stay here all night arguing about that. Comic art is also a lifestyle. Look, it's an art form. It's an art form unto itself.
It's an art form and it is a hobby. And there's an area where they both cross over.
Yeah, listen, look, I mean, yes, exactly, Matt. So Jason is saying, I can see if there's a pile of art from a story, and if you have a choice between a pristine page and a cut page, with them being equivalent pages, you choose pristine. Yeah, obviously. But right now, beggars can't be choosers. Well, exactly. And that's why, again, like I said, Matt and the people that he knows that have the same view as him, they are still the exceptions to the rule. A vast majority of us will not hesitate to buy.
There's a really important distinction in there. And he said, beggars can't be choosers. Choosers will never be beggars.
Choosers will never be beggars. Nice. Well said. Next. Yeah, we're going. That's Moy's wisdom next. Okay. Must be a fake. Was thinking 3 hours for 40 pieces. Well, we did it last time.
I'll tell you, I looked hard at that to make sure it wasn't a fake because you see so few that aren't mangled.
What if you cut the top off to make it straight? Nah, you shouldn't be doing that. Let's not talk about that.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that. But
leave
you know,
it as
looking at that page, it's possible that it was done to that page, that it was actually lined off, unless it's just a weird crop of the photo. But it does look better.
Yeah. Well said, Evgeny. It's all about.
And here's a question. So I know that we're trying to brush past this, and I'm prolonging it, and I apologize. But like, if you get a sketch and you don't like the positioning on the paper, do you cut it? Do you cut it to give it a more favorable layout?
I think, like, again, we've talked about this whole thing about, hey, should we cut little things off? If it doesn't affect the art, should we cut anything? Most people come in with the opinion that, don't leave it as is. Don't ever change anything it's already been published, whatever it is, what it is, or even if it's live,
a sketch hasn't been published.
Even if a sketch is not published, right. But it is what it is. Always just, most people land on the side of leave it as it is. It is what it is. It was done that way. Don't do anything to change it in any way.
And if you're going to frame it, you can always mat it the way that you want to mat it. Right. So that would leave the original piece in its original orientation.
Yeah, exactly. No, Stanley, no. But it looks like we'll probably be going past the 3-hour mark. It's about the art on the page. I could care less about the corners. Yeah, thank you. That's most of us, Matt. Great talking points. There you go. So that's it. I mean, it's worth talking about. And I'm glad that, Matt, you always speak your mind, and you have no shame. You know what I mean? It's like you stand
I'm not saying that people shouldn't collect them. I think that
that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean.
It's just not for me. Yeah.
You're just saying that it's not for you. Yeah, that's it. That's it, man. You speak your truth. That's all, man. So yeah, it's what's on the page is important. Yeah, that's why action page is more valuable than talking heads, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, the engine is what matters in a car, but you're going to buy a car that, that someone pulled half the bumper off of. 40
years ago, George is selling Judas contract pages with and without corners. You might pick the one with corners. Right. And that's what we said earlier, right? Because it was $30. Today it doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly.
He did charge less for the mangled pages.
Next. I can cut some new board, and using archival tape can restore the cut out sections. Yeah. On a 17 minutes on a non-cut Perez page. So true. It's a matter of personal taste. I kind of like all the scars on the page, the notes and the margins, the whiteout. It's all part of the process. I'm with you, JC. I'm with you. 1 minute on the page, 16 on the cutting corners. Exactly. All right. Let's move it on to the next piece.
Yep.
And for that, I picked this. Howard Chaykin, Wolverine pinup from Marvel Fanfare number 45. This was the issue that was an all pinup issue. It's from 1989. It was during the era where I really, really loved Chaykin's art. I loved it from like 1983 to about, I guess, 90, 92, something like that. And yeah, I just thought it was a really great image. The splatter was amazing.
Yep.
It's a shame that he used, crappy markers to fill in the mask and the gloves, but so be it. As you guys know, many artists did the same thing. It was all about finishing the production and getting it ready for publication. Nobody was thinking, oh, it better look good for the collector that eventually gets this, And that's it. That's all I'm going to say. I think it's cool, and I'm going to jump back in to see what you guys say. But that's all I'm going to say about it, so we can save some time here. Hold on. Splatter matters. Hope Ruben or Matt pick a blue line piece. Oh God, yeah. Splatter matters. Sorry. Howdy. What's up, Ian? Good to see
Ian.
you.
How's it going, man?
And beautiful piece for sure.
Nice.
Back when Howard didn't hate his mainstream work. Exactly. Chaykin, absolutely. I really thought hard of bidding on this. Let's see. Howdy, Cobby. All right. And again, he says design choices are great here. Yep. I love them. So there you go. Fun stuff from the 80s 80s Chaykin stuff. So yeah, really cool. Anything quick you want to say, or do you want me to skip, Matt?
I just like the mouth. I think it's pure Chaykin.
Yeah. No, it's great. Love his signature too. If anybody cares about that, I just love that signature. It's really nice. So that's pretty cool. I think there's a ding in the upper right corner. Unbuyable. Now he's pushing your buttons. Trying to push your buttons. Jason, be nice. Matt's a good dude.
I've moved on.
There you go. All right, very cool. Let us move on to the next piece. This is Matt's selection. Black Cat Mystery, number 37.
Warren Creamer. I mean,
yeah, Warren Creamer. He of the Richie Rich fame.
Yeah, I mean the Harvey publications, some Archie stuff. Just amazing, just ghostly, macabre, beautifully done. What a joy that this has survived the test of time. This is a piece, honestly, that I would probably trade all but 10 of the pieces in my collection for.
Yeah, nice.
Like as a bulk, like all together for that one piece. I think it is absolutely remarkable. Just a phenomenal piece of artwork, and I love the writing. I love everything about it. I can't believe this survived the test of time.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Jason. Matt knows you're joking, and we know you're joking. Relax.
No, I love to see you guys flog a dead horse, but let's move on. The show will be 8 hours long.
Yeah, exactly. That's your his Casper prototype. Yeah, Kremers, right?
Yeah.
I got a page. A previous collector trim it to fit into the portfolio. Oh yeah, we've talked about that in the past, Larry. Shouldn't be doing that either. Pretty page indeed, yes sir, Ian, for sure. Going to look at the cut corners. Okay, my good. Okay. Good night from Chicago. Good night from Montreal. Thank you for dropping in, Tom. Have a good one.
Yep.
Anytime the artist includes a title as well as the actual illustration, work always stands out. Wow, wonderful details on this one. Absolutely. Thanks for the great comments, by the way, Evgeny. Wow, amazing. Yeah.
There's a little bit of like Bernie Kriegstein style in here too. They were contemporaries. They both worked at Fiction House for a while. I mean, look at this. It's just, the inking on it is incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gorgeous. Yeah, beautiful stuff. And FYI, everyone, this one went for $132,000. So pretty incredible stuff, you know. I bet you there was a time, 25, 30 years ago that, if this had just popped up on the market, they'd probably be asking like $700 or something, or whatever. Like nobody cared. There was a time when nobody really cared about it because it wasn't superheroes, it wasn't Marvel, it wasn't DC,
Well, he bought most of his stuff in the early 90s, right? Late 80s and early 90s.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. It's fantastic.
He probably got a lot of it as a bulk, from.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, so fantastic stuff. Great choice, and of course, one that I considered myself as well. So,
yeah,
there you go. All right, we'll go into the next piece, everybody. That is going to be number 19. 19 is always a great number, and that is Hawkman number 10 cover by Murphy Anderson, pencils and inks from 1965, twice up cover, sold for $50,000, $50,400 to be precise. And yeah, look, I'm a Hawkman fan. I am a Murphy Anderson fan. I loved his refined style of inking, and although his penciling is tended to be somewhat stiff, for the time, I think it was fine, especially with his finishing style. His inks just jazzed it up enough that the stiffness doesn't bother me as much. And compared to most other stuff at the time, I just think the finished work that he produced was just fabulous. And yes, I'm far more partial to a Joe Kubert Hawkman, of course. But hey, I'm not gonna cry about this stuff. I love this stuff. I love his brushwork on this. I think it's phenomenal. And look, he could draw. He could draw and ink, regardless of whether the stiffness of his figure work sometimes bothers you or not. I think it's phenomenal. Yeah, so there you go. And let me jump back in and see if anybody else has anything to say about this. Pretty bird, pretty bird. Okay, dang. There is such thing as a Hawkman fan? Oh, whatever, Alberto. Crazy guns, indeed, very futuristic. They must have been in the world of Adam Strange or something. I never read it, so I wouldn't know. So many of the big money guys love Hawkman, so must be a pain getting a nice example. I don't know if it's a pain, but it's certainly costing you a lot of money to get nice examples. That's for sure, you know. The history that I get from Ruben and his many guests and roomies is incredible. Yeah, well, that's all part and parcel of what I love about doing my shows, Carl, is also, and I've said it many times, and you've heard this, we and I say we, because I really mean we, drop a lot of great knowledge that a lot of people, not only in the chat, but even sometimes when I have more than one co-host and guest in the studio with me, are surprised to hear. You know, we say things, we tell people, you know, I don't know if you guys know, but blah, 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 in the interest of, you know, yeah. And people are always, oh God, I didn't know that, you know? And that's what's great. It's great to spread the knowledge of these things that often we think, oh yeah, everybody knows that, but whatever, I'll tell you anyways. And then you find out, oh no, I didn't know that. Even people who've been around for 30 years, you know, they've often told me, like, oh my God, I'm glad you mentioned that on your show. I had never had any idea, you know? And as I always say, all the knowledge that gets dropped on all my shows, it's a virtual smorgasbord of knowledge coming from the chat, my co-hosts, right? My guests, me. It's everybody. That's what I love about it, and that's what I love about it. We all contribute. We not only all contribute to making my shows fun every Sunday night, right? Because we interact with each other all the time, but also when it comes to the knowledge, we all help and contribute to spreading the wealth of the knowledge, which is, I think, it's fantastic. So I don't know, Matt. You feel I've been feeling like you might be wanting to say something, but I'm not sure.
I was going to say one of my Grail pieces is a Murphy Anderson piece with Hawkman on it.
Oh yeah,
it's a Justice League piece, yeah, with Solomon Grundy. And he did a different version that didn't get published, that got published as the back cover to Justice League Classified. I've never seen that alternate version of the cover ever come up for sale.
Okay. I met Roger Hill once, Stanley, personally. I don't know who you're asking, but we'll both answer. I met him once at the 2016 Windy City Pulp and Paper Show in Lombard, Illinois. That's 45 minutes outside Chicago, or 45 minutes-ish drive from the airport, I guess, O'Hare. Met him once there, really nice guy. Didn't talk to him for very long. It was a pleasure to meet him because he's a big deal in comics and science fiction fandom. One of the earliest guys, and so, you know, had a wealth of knowledge. I love meeting people like that, you know. So yeah, for the whatever brief time I had with him, it was a pleasure to have met him. So as brief as it was, it still kind of hit me when I heard that he had passed away. I didn't know he was sick, so it took me by surprise. How about yourself, Matt? Did you know him or ever meet him?
I couldn't say that I knew him, but I'd met him a handful of times, at least twice with Ray Zone, and once with another famous collector named Glenn Bray, who was one of the biggest collectors of underground art. And Glenn's collection was like Roger Hill, but to the nth degree, like so much important underground art.
Cool. Very good. Excellent. All right. Well, let us move on, everybody. And we will go to the 20th piece, technically the halfway point of the show. That's how far back we are.
We're going to rip. We're going to rip through them.
All right. And here we go. Let's check it out. This is Matt's 10th piece. Check it out. He's going to talk about this. He's got some interesting things to say about why he picked this, in spite of why he picked this. Yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah. Sam Keith is probably the single best stylist to come out of 1990s comic art. He had started a little bit earlier in the 1980s, but really hit his stride in the 1990s. I don't love his take on Batman, but there's just no denying that you've never seen a take of Batman like this, and the detail of the office building is kind of rare for Sam Keith. He doesn't usually do that type of stuff. He usually does this kind of blown out, lunacy. And so you get a taste of the character that's borderline underground comics, and yet it's still very much Sam Keith. So this is certainly in that same era where he was doing, the kind of crazy Wolverine from Marvel Comics Presents, and or of that style, if not that era. And he did a little bit with Venom in the same way, where it's like this very exaggerated, almost cartoony, but still gothic and kind of scary thing. And you just don't see a lot of this stuff go up for sale. It's, people highlight the Wolverine stuff. There's certainly more of it, but it's manic. And maybe that's the best Batman, like to picture him as like psychotically manic, maybe that really gets to the end of the character, but it's definitely a thought-provoking piece. And so I wanted to talk, just even briefly about it like that.
Yeah, no, that's cool. And I appreciate that. I love the fact that I knew going in that you picked something that you particularly don't personally care for, but still want to talk about. I love that. That's what's so interesting about art, whether it's fine art, comic art, what have you. But I guess we can talk about comic art specifically, since that's what we all have in common, right? I love that. I love that we can still talk about it. I still do love to talk about art and artists who I'm not a fan of. And I don't mind telling you, I have never been a fan of Sam Keith's work, of any of his work. It just never did anything for me. I frankly never understood the appeal back in the day. As I got, as time went on, I do understand the appeal, why it would appeal certainly to some people. But for me, again, and I've mentioned this before, I'm a realist. I'm an old school guy who I love my illustration based on realism. So of course, anybody who's more on the, the further you stray from realism, the less sort of interested I am, But having said that, I will say that over the years, I did take a liking and started to appreciate some of the cartoonier type artists, who I previously didn't care for, and now I do. But Sam, his work, even to this day, it's one that, I can do without. I don't really care. But I love that you picked it, man. I love that you picked it, and we could talk about it,
Mm-hmm.
I think that Keith is cool, but not $22K for that cover cool. Yeah, and of course, I agree with
There's
that.
Just not a lot of Batmans. That's the thing. It's like it wasn't a Sam Keith collector who bought this. It was a Batman collector who got to scratch Sam Keith cover off of their knock list.
Right. All right. From there, that's number 20. Okay, starting the second half of the show, everybody, of this 6-hour episode. Let's hit the 21st piece. And I figured, since Matt stole my Darth Vader cover piece selection, I thought it would be fun to match it up with this one, because I love Palmer. I really am a big fan of Frenz. I've always been a big fan of Frenz. Of course, he only did layouts here, but even if he had just been penciling, Palmer would still bury him. It looks mainly like Palmer.
Look at the pants.
Yeah. And, he's basically doing his best Al Williamson sort of interpretation of inking style. And, I figured, you showed the Darth Vader. I might as well show the splash that has like 3 of the main heroes, And not a fan of how he finished Luke's face. I don't know. It's okay, but it's just not great. But minor quibble. I think that overall, all the figure work is fantastic. The robots, C-3PO, R2, both excellent. And that's it. Nothing else really much to say, other than I really just chose it because I figured it'd be a fun matchup to the one that you had chosen, and the one that you didn't let me choose. Yeah, awesome splash. Thomas loves that one. Man, I wanted this one. Another one I let go. Yeah, there you go. Since we're confessing here, I'm not a Starenko fan. Let the hating begin. Yeah, we're not going to get into it. I will say I think he's brilliant, but at the same time, I think he's overrated, Carl. But anyways, whatever. We can maybe talk about that some other time. Palmer always classes up any joint. Yeah, I think so. One of the best ever. And I always think of Jeff when I see great pages like this. Luke's hair. What about it? I think the hair is good. No? Do you not like it?
It's great.
I wasn't even a player on this one.
Yeah.
Looks like a skull in the box on the bottom right. Let me... Skull in the box? No, it's just some buttons on the side of the box, it appears to be. Yeah. Yeah. But Jeff loves his panel pages from the OG run. Yeah, it's getting too expensive to collect for most people now. That's the problem. Love getting new issues off the spinner. And Palmer is no Klein. That's a reference to a few episodes back, everybody. Let's not go there. But Klein is awesome. Palmer's awesome. And excellent. Yeah. So perfect. Let's keep it going. Let's keep the roll. Who knows? Maybe we'll catch up. I mean, we're definitely not going to make it 3 hours, but maybe we can make it 3.5. Let's go to the next one. The next one is the 11th piece. Oh, yeah. Here's the one that makes stretch it out to 6 hours, everybody. Because it comes with, it comes with another 17-minute story, I think. Let's see what Matt has to say about this.
This is Byrne Hogarth. And I mean, Byrne Hogarth Tarzan is if you went to Art Center, you, in a certain era, I should say, you took a class with Byrne Hogarth. And as I said earlier, I alluded to earlier that I saw Byrne Hogarth slap a student in the class. I saw Byrne Hogarth lift a kid out of his seat because he was drawing a hand. And Byrne loved to pick a fight, and especially loved to pick a fight with students that weren't going to, fight back. He was kind of a bully in that way. And he walked over to the kid and he was like, "What are you drawing?" And the kid looked at him like, "Oh, I'm drawing a hand." And he's like, "What hand are you drawing?" And the kid was like dumbfounded, like he didn't know how to answer the question. And Byrne grabbed his wrist and raised his arm in the air and said, "If you're going to draw a goddamn hand, draw your own goddamn hand." And everybody in the class, regardless of what they were drawing, had their arms up in the air and started drawing their hands. But as soon as he kind of dropped the kid's arm and he had gone beet red, and then he went flush white, and then he just started to like fall under the desk, the table as it was. And the kid in back of him grabbed him by the shirt to keep him from like actually passing out and hitting the ground.
Yeah. Good night, Dan.
And almost anybody who took a class for any length of time with Byrne has stories like that. So yeah, he was. That's the operative word. I won't speak it aloud because I don't want to get demonetized. But he was a brute, but he was a great instructor.
Hold on, Matt. Did I hear you correctly? Are you under the sadly mistaken impression that I make money doing this?
No, never mind. Well, we won't go down that road. It will be a 6-hour show. But the Byrne was a brute, but he was a great teacher. And you know what I'd said earlier about art schools, a guy like that will never get hired now because he's too much of a liability. And that's, in a way, it's good because no one should have to get bullied in a classroom. But in a way, it's terrible because you'll never get an illustrator of that caliber to teach an illustration class at a major school. What's crazy is you can find amazing illustrators that teach classes at community colleges. Like you can sometimes get a way better education at a community college, at a city college, than you can from a really, really expensive art school. I didn't pay a dime to go to Art Center. I used to just walk in and sit down and take classes back when you could do that. And there are tons of kids that think I was in their graduating classes. But, then later when I came back to lecture and as, to do portfolio reviews and things like that as a gallerist, like there are tons of people that like, "Oh, Matt was here in, the 90s or whatever." And I was like, "Well, I was there." I don't have the diploma, but he's a master illustrator. I mean, he was part of a group with Eisner and Jerry Robinson and Kirby, where they would go to colleges and they would do comic illustration workshops on the stage, even at Carnegie Mellon. You know, he's been respected for that long, you know, and he and Virgil Finlay are kind of like, you know, the gods of illustration that were ever, you know, like part of that New York, you know, academic scene. Yeah.
Yeah. I got to say, I've always had a love-hate relationship with Hogarth's Tarzan. So I love if you think about it in terms of, you know, penciling and then inking it for the publication, I've always liked the finished look. So in other words, the rendering, the look of the rendering in ink, I love. It always appealed to me. But the penciling, for a guy who is known as this, oh yeah, draw from life, whatever, I feel his Tarzan is constantly super stiff.
Yeah.
I feel a lot of his Tarzan work is really stiff. It's like very unnaturally posed. Stiff. Like, yeah, stiff is the best word. It's just, I don't get it. I just don't, like, why is it so stiff? Like, you know, but you look at his life drawing books and it's like, you know, you're drawing hands, drawing skulls, the head, whatever. That looks great. Those drawings look fantastic. But then I look at your Tarzan, it's like, it looks like you don't know how to draw. You know how to render, but not draw well. It's weird to me. That's why I say I hate it. I don't know. Yeah.
No, I totally get it. Totally understandable. And
yeah.
I mean, it doesn't even really look like sequential storytelling, right? It looks like book illustration accompaniment, but his technical ability is so great that, you know, there's a lot of people that if people are putting together, like, you know, art collections where they need one piece of art by really specifically important people, then you need a Byrne Hogarth Tarzan piece because of its historical importance and significance. But I've never locked myself into any kind of, you know, parameters that demand that I have certain pieces by certain people. And certainly as I've gotten older, I don't want any pieces from really problematic people.
Right.
I'm probably I'm probably rare in that case as well.
No, not necessarily. There's I think it's still the minority probably, but you know, when we've talked about this on one of my shows in the past also, where, you know, you bring up the things about the known problematic, you know, creators, you know, do you, you know, the age old question of, you know, does knowing the person, knowing how they are, right, the negative aspects of that person, does it affect your love for their work? You know, does it make you not want to buy their work, or can you look past it? You know, we've talked about that, right? So yeah, I totally get it. You know, so Thomas, I'm not really sure why you've never done this before. I don't know why you decided you'd throw this out now. Given that I'm only at 566, it's kind of weird that you would say get me to 1,000. But the other thing is that, Thomas, I want you to know, because maybe you've never heard me say it, but, you know, you've been here long enough to know that you should have heard me say it, because I've said it often enough. Hi, everybody. I actually want to grow this channel slowly. So I like the way that it's growing. The reason being because, as I've stated many times in the past, having a bunch of subscribers doesn't do anything for me. It's not going to get me money. Just to give you guys an idea of how much money you can make from advertising, right, on your channel. Okay, just as a rough idea, the biggest channel in our space, and we all know which one that is, right? The biggest channel in our space, I don't mean comics, I mean specifically comic art, is not making more than somewhere. It's going to be, and it's kind of a wide range percentage wise, but it doesn't matter. Just to give you an idea, they can't be making any more than anywhere from $750 to $1,500 per year, not per month or week, per year, just from people clicking the advertisements when they watch on Rewind. Okay, just so you know. And that's a channel with 6,000 subscribers. Okay, so
and 400 videos.
Yeah, 400 videos, right. So I don't intend on, I'm never going to make any money from this. And so for me, all I care about, what I care most is that I only want people to subscribe if they feel that what they're watching for the first time is something that they're enjoying and that they think they will be back to watch again in the future. In other words, I want my subscribers to be viewers, and I'm really happy that you may think, oh, we still got 566 subscribers. That's such a tiny channel after 2-3 years. Yes, it's true, but that's how I want it. That's why in the first 2 months of my channel, I was like, yeah, subscribe, because that's what everybody did. And then when I realized it wasn't going to benefit me in any way, and I realized that most channels, their ratio of subscribers to the average views they get per video, it's like less than 10% or somewhere around 10%. To me, that looks pathetic. So I like the fact that I looked at some stats the other day, and for the last 6 months, my average view per video is 407 views per video. And that's with only 566 subscribers. Okay? So that means something like 72% of the views I get are people that are subscribed. Most of my viewers are subscribers. I love that. Most channels on YouTube, it's like 10% or less or whatever. So there you go. So I just wanted to get it out there for you, Thomas. I don't want anybody subscribing unless you think you'll be back to participate or at least watch on Rewind. All right. So thank you for allowing me the soapbox to make that clear. I don't want a bunch of people just coming in and suddenly, subscribe. Yeah. If you're not going to be here to watch and participate, I don't want you to subscribe. So there you go. And that's also FYI. That's also why you guys have noticed over the last couple of years, whenever I've done giveaways, when I've given away some kind of artwork or that time with my friend Dwayne Murray, when I gave away several copies of his first independent graphic novel, you guys have seen, I don't announce it ahead of time. I don't advertise, hey, show up to this episode. There's going to be a big giveaway, whatever. People who do that, it's because they're wanting you to subscribe to the channel as well. I don't want that. That's why when I do my giveaways, I've done them just by surprise. And okay, I'm going to give a I tell you guys while we're live that I'm going to do a giveaway, and that's it. Because I'd also rather have any giveaway go to hopefully my regulars, people who tune in regularly or at least semi-regularly, rather than just random people who never tune in and show up just to get free stuff. So, anyways, that's how I look at it, and there you go. I know, Ruben. Yes, I've heard you say it a lot. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm not an influencer. To get the repayment mark, Ruben. What? Okay, sorry. The PewDiePie. I know that's a YouTuber. We can all do super chats. Nah. I'm not even going to do that to show how much we love you. I appreciate that, though. I always appreciate people who think about that. But I just appreciate you guys showing up every week and hanging out. I mean, that's what I've said that a lot of times too. That's also what makes it fun. It ain't just me and whatever's happening on screen. It's the fact that all of us come in and hang out and shoot the shit together. That's what makes the shows fun. It's the interactivity. So $1,500. That's 10% of a Hogarth Tarzan page. What's $1,500?
Monetization of the other channel.
Oh yeah. No, you get nothing. It pays nothing. And they're saying share, or subscribe in any of my nerding out videos. Not interested in going that route. There you go. Next, and the Pacific Time viewers. Let's do the 2 days giveaway. What? Enter. Okay. Love the long tangents. I know you do, Stanley. Everybody knows you do. Hashtag Lip Corners. All right. Claim next giveaway. All right. So let us go from there to this next one. And this next one is Superman, the Man of Steel from 1996 by John Bogdanov and Dennis Yanka. Sold for $3,360. I thought that was pretty reasonable, but of course I know that it's because Superman is not in costume. Frankly, you guys know I am a Superman fan, but that's not why I wanted to show this. I just think it's a really beautiful composition with the classic usage of the shadowed foreground person, using their body and their arm to frame the central focus of what the artist wants you to focus in on. But aside from that, I also adore the figure work of Lois. I never read this, so I'm assuming it's Lois. So yeah, we'll go with Lois, whoever the woman is, but I'll say Lois. I just love the figure, beautiful figure work there. And that's it. Yeah, love the composition and the figure work. So that's about as succinct as I can put it, everybody. And there you go. I'm going to jump back in to see a few more comments. And if in the meantime, if I has anything at all to say, he can talk or not. But,
move on.
Yeah. Okay. Bondage. Yes, it's a bondage cover. When am I doing my world tour? Yeah. Try to get me on a plane again. I did it recently. I will tell you, David, my recent most recent time on a plane was it went well, shockingly. So who knows when I'll be on a plane again, but I'm kind of excited for my next attempt to get on a plane and go visit, some other collectors. It has to be something interesting where people want to get together, though. I honestly prefer to not. I would rather it's not based around like a convention weekend, to be honest. So if anybody out there in the United States in particular ever wants to hang out for a few days or whatever, if you got time, man, let me know. And, maybe we can put a few collectors together and I'll fly down and hang out. But I'd rather it not be a convention weekend. That looks like a Byrne Hogarth classroom. Glasses off. Key is
pretty funny.
That's a good one, Mike. So much bondage and torture. Cool camera placement. Absolutely. Yep. That's what I'm saying. And thank you, Carl, for confirming it's Lois. Don't see Soups' bare feet. Oh, Ian's got a bare foot fetish. Super toes. Wortham should have a ball with this one. Or no, if he's turning it over his grave, that's his problem. Superman has a longer second toe. Yeah, I guess he does. First appearance of Superman's bare feet. I don't know if that's true. I would think we must have seen them at some point before this. Huber used that framing technique quite a bit on his war covers. That's right, Peter, he did. And then, let's face it, it's a common trope. I mean, it's a technique that's been used a lot. So, but it's effective, and that's why it's used a lot. It's very effective. So, we to the market. All right, let's get to the next piece, everybody. The next piece in match selection, that's number 24, his 12th. Check it out. It's Sandman. This is by Mike Drigenberg and Malcolm Jones III from 1989. It's Sandman number 7, the second page. Page 2, sold for $6,600.
Which is low for a Sandman page, certainly, and certainly from the first couple of artists that worked on the series. But that's because there's a giant stat, but it's not a stat of other artwork that's been put on. It's a stat of Cityscape.
A photo. It's actually a stat of a photograph. Yeah.
And one thing to consider about that early Vertigo stuff, we'll call it. We should be calling it pre-Vertigo because, of course, the Vertigo brand didn't go into effect until much later in the runs of these comics. It's got Sandman in profile. It's got an important story element. These guys were art school guys from St. Martin's College and places like that in the UK. So collage art was very much a part of the young British artist movement, that was contemporary with them. So they were sort of, when you look at the covers, obviously Dave McKean, huge collage guy, there was probably an idea that they wanted to have a certain cohesion with the cover art as well, knowing that they weren't doing it. And they kind of abandoned it. But it's still a cool page. I hate the cheap materials that the British artists used on all their comic art in this era, and they're all guilty of it. It's the cheapest magic markers.
Yeah, all those shitty markers they used. Yeah.
And probably the cheapest glue. I'm sure that paper is just like mimeograph paper, like for the stat. But it's still just a really well laid out page, and I respect it for that. And again, like that price seems high for a page that has a gigantic stat on, the top right piece, but it's not much at all for a Sandman page that has Sandman in it. And even if it had been way later in the run, you know, in someone like Mark Hempel's run, where, you know, even Sandman's more common, those pages go generally for more than $6,000. So this is another one of those indicators that I was keeping track of, where it seems like stuff that used to go for a lot isn't really going for a lot anymore. It's really just the very, very banger stuff, and stuff that's kind of in that next or even next down tier isn't getting the kind of money that it was getting during the pandemic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny that Marcus says, you know, a pretty neat starter page. What does that say about a hobby when a starter page of a title you may be a fan of is not going to cost you just a few $100, but, you know, several thousands of dollars? Like,
yeah.
Oh my God, right? Like, yeah.
I mean, these days, you know, a page without Sandman on it from the Sean McManus run, those are probably $4,000.
Right.
So, yeah, this is, it's significant that it didn't go for that much, and people are going to look at it and they're going to say that it's because there's a giant stat on it. It's also got a beautiful shot of Morpheus on it, and it is from the first 10 issues of the run. Yeah. So that's, and from the guy that created Sandman, you know, that version of Sandman, Mike Dringenberg.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Cityscape is a stat. Yeah. Yep. But it's cool. And certainly for the published version, when you're reading it as a comic, I mean, I always actually liked when artists did that. I mean, they've been doing that since at least the 60s, you know, and I always kind of like that. You know, you flip a page and it'd be like, oh, wow, look how realistic. It's like they put a photograph in or whatever, you know? Yeah, it's like a collage or whatever, you know?
On the Toddlebin and Bissett's Swamp Thing run, they would actually draw on top of stats, because like frequently Steve Bissett would recreate movie posters. He would use actual images of the movie posters. So he would cut them and do them as insets in a movie marquee. So it actually made much more cohesive sense in a way that I think like elevated the art to a really high degree. This is just a very different take on it. It's a very British take.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, no, yeah, Cobby. I mean, I guess that's, you know, like what Marcus is saying. That's why he says it's a good starter page, because that's kind of, that price range is kind of like, you know, in this market, it's considered, you know, affordable.
Yeah.
You know, so, oh my gosh, Pad Bear's here in the middle of the night as always. I mean, come on. Unbelievable, this guy. 4 a.m. What is happening? It wasn't just the British artists using shitty materials. True. You know, that's very true, and we're not blaming only the British guys. It's just that because we're you know, we're talking about all the Brits that did work with the Vertigo and the Vertigo stuff or whatever. Yeah, but you know, obviously a lot of people, a lot of artists did it. Did you see that Jim Lee bought it? Yeah, I just heard he bought his old page back, the Wolverine, horrible looking Wolverine, and now he's gonna re-ink it. Oh my God, whatever. I don't want to get into that.
Revisionism.
Yeah. Also blame Canada. Yeah. All right, let's go to the next piece. My next one is this one. And of course, you all know, or most of you know, I started off in this hobby collecting everything that my eye came across. I was just catching squirrels at the beginning, like most people. But then once I focused, my first focus was incredible Hulk art. And I did end up with a Purvis cover. I had, I think, number 350. I'm not sure about the number, but it was the one with Spider-Man anyways. And yeah, it was a fun time in the Hulk's run. Reading it was really a lot of fun for a long time, for many, many years. Peter David just made the stories really interesting. You know, it's funny. I dug the Purvis art, but all these years later, I have to tell everybody again, because we always, again, I mean this in all sincerity, I'd rather be honest, right, than blow smoke up people's asses. All these years later, I have to say, having looked at a lot of the art again that he did in its original art form, especially, I came to realize, you know what? It's only the Hulk himself that I found Jeff Purvis made look cool. Yeah. I thought everything else he draws looks terrible. Like
you could say that about McFarlane's early Marvel stuff. You could say that about McFarlane's Hulks. Yeah.
The humans look awful. Like, yeah, it's whatever. Putting it out there because it's just one of those things that I realized, and I wasn't realizing as I was probably 18 years old or something. While the book was coming out on the stands every month. I guess I was so taken by how cool the Hulk looked, right? That it just kind of like, blinded me to everything else. But yeah.
And I love Purvis's Hulk. He looks Cro-Magnon. I mean, he looks like a guy that you want to stay away from in a bar, like in that the whole, like Peter David's scripting in that era, I think was the best Hulk stories being told. I know people love Dale Keown. I found Dale Keown to be like a weird hybrid between John Byrne and Eric Larson. And I don't love that run. I think but he did great covers. Like Keown did really, really great covers. I almost picked this. This was almost number 20. And I was like, I think he's probably going to pick this, so I don't need to pick this. It's just cool, man. And look at the Hulk's face. He's just like, it's just ubiquitously part of that run. He's grabbing people by the heads. It's just like, there's so much lunacy and like subversively crazy stuff on this cover that it's almost like a Jeff Darrow drawing. Yeah.
And Ian's right though. For me, anything, if once it's got skulls, skeletons, I'm sold. I'm already in just for that alone. So that's always awesome. Which is why I'm a big Conan fan. But it's a lot of craziness going on here with these cult member type guys, right? In their hoods and robes or whatever. Yeah, it's just, and he's just standing there, badass looking, and it's really, really cool. So
again, does a great job of selling that comic,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very cool. All right. Let us move on to the next one, everybody. Number 13 for Matt selections. And that is Steve Ditko, another one that I was going to choose originally. Spider-Man, Amazing Spider-Man number 10, page 10. Pencils and inks, of course, by Steve Ditko from 1964. If you're curious, it was $132,000.
A definite contender for the best 9-panel page ever.
Yeah.
Like it's just classic Ditko, classic storytelling. I wasn't, I love Ditko and I've always loved Ditko, but after seeing Romita's Spider-Man and you go back and look at Ditko's Spider-Man, the covers were just like Romita's covers were just killer. And sometimes Ditko's covers were messy, but his storytelling ability was amazing because he really just kept to format and he made himself work within that very rigid, established panel design and just take it to the next level every single time. There's a beautiful sense of movement across that. And with each panel being exactly the same size, that's hard to do because it can make you feel very removed from the action. But I mean, this is what you love about Spider-Man. If you love Spider-Man, all of this, he's mouthy, he's doing all the acrobats, you're getting his inner turmoil in his head. It's just fabulous. I mean, again, $130,000 is a lot for a panel page, but for this panel page, I mean, I could have seen this going for 175, 180.
Yeah, exactly. I actually was surprised when I was like, oh, only 132? Yeah. Because you said you hit it right on the head. In my head, I was like, oh, yeah, that's like a solid $175,000 page,
Yeah.
And I remember having read these in reprints as a kid. I came into the hobby a year into my reading and collecting. Marvel Tales had restarted reprinting from Amazing Fantasy 15, and then Spidey went up. And I was introduced to this stuff on a monthly basis. So it felt like I was there in 1963, or 62, whatever it was. Yeah, it was so fun and amazing to read them just one per month, and waiting for the next issue. And oh my gosh, so fantastic. Even the hokey villains like the Enforcers were it was so fun, Fancy Dan, the Ox. I mean, just great stuff, man. I love this stuff. Ian says, I love the one-line shadow under Fancy Dan's foot in panel 5. So simple, but works as a background. Yes, sir. And why didn't Ruben buy a page when issue was broken up? Because I've never claimed to be in the place where I can play in those ballparks, Marcus. So that pretty much explains it all. Comic art is fine art. Yeah, comic art is fine art level example. Yeah, fantastic. All right,
pop art for sure.
All right. Yeah, go to the next one, number 27. This is my next page, and for that I chose Submariner number 51, page 10. It's, I believe, Pencils and Inks by Bill Everett from 1972, sold for $13,200. It makes me wonder if Mark Levy is the one who won it or not, or if he's the one who perhaps consigned it. I don't know. I will say, so here's the thing, and I want to know what you say about this, Matt. So this era of Bill Everett's work reminds me intensely of the Byrne Hogarth Tarzan stuff.
Oh, because the stiffness?
Yeah. The rendering looks similar, and then it's got that same level of stiffness to it. You know?
Now were the early issues Everett and Colin?
I believe before this there was Colin with Everett ink. Yeah.
I got a stack of coverless comics that was like in the back of a grocery store, and it was a lot of those Kirby Thors and the first run of Submariner, and I just remember thinking, my God, this is beautiful. Like, and I got to say that there's still a little bit of it in that top right panel. You know, it's like that girl's face. It's funny. It's very almost EC Comics. And of course, Bill Everett was at EC before he was at Marvel. And, you know, he worked with everybody. Everett was like one of these guys that worked at every house. And there's just like that weird, like, what's the stuff in the Nutty Professor? You know, like it's just like that weird gloop that's like popping off of the back. Is just that panel alone is worth the cost of that page. And that's not even the best panel on the page.
Yeah.
There's just something really, really intense about it. And the inking style is just fabulous. But yeah, that weird flubber up there is just bananas.
Yeah, Flubber. Yeah, we don't know, Stanley. At least I don't know. I don't know who won it. Flubber. Everybody's getting in on the Flubber.
Yeah.
But yeah, like when I look at, for example, you know, nice anatomy here on Namor, for example, on the first panel. I just love all this fine. I don't know if you can see my pointer, but you know, on all this fine line inking, you know, to delineate the muscles on the torso. You know, it's all just beautiful, lovely little bits of inking that he does here. You know, it just gives it a nice look. You know, the background with, of course, all the crazy background, and then with the razor blade.
There's still brush on the thighs. Like there's multiple different inking techniques on this single page.
Yeah. And you could see how he outlined it. No hesitation, whatever. If we look at here, just to grab one part of the, you know, any random part of the image, Namorita or is it Dorma? Yeah. Dorma or Namorita?
That's Namorita, I believe.
Namorita, yeah. You look at her leg here. It starts here. The line starts here. And then it gets thicker as you get on top, thins out a bit at the knee, but continues. It continues, and it stops right around the toes. There's no hesitation.
Yeah.
That's the confidence that this guy had. He did that in one fell swoop. You know? So if you look at that, you follow the lines on a lot of body parts. It's just one long line, as opposed to like a lot of artists will be sort of sketchy, you know?
Yeah, Marcus mentions Maurice Severin and Everett, and like, yeah, that Maurice Severin inking Everett that's such a hangover from that. Like that's such that confident line work that Marie would do on his stuff.
Yeah,
that's just a beautiful page.
Yeah, that's toes indeed. Nice comments, Ruben. Thank you, Peter. But yeah, it's fine. But you see what I say, right? Like the rendering and the techniques, to me, are far stronger than the actual figure work.
But Namor is stiff. So like the funny thing is Namor is stiff. Tarzan shouldn't be stiff. Tarzan is, he's the Lord of the Jungle, but like Namor is a stiff fool. Like that dude is obtuse, and it kind of fits in a weird way.
But Namorita is stiff too. She's not, she shouldn't be, like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Anyways, whatever. But overall, nice page. It's like, especially for rendering techniques, it's pretty fabulous. So
great sound effect lettering.
Yeah. So kudos to whoever landed this one. There we go. All right. Let us go to the next piece. Matt's 14th. And of course, another one that I wanted to pick, but yeah, man, we both have great taste, so why not?
So I should have taken this off the shelf and looked. I'm pretty sure this is a dialogueless page, right? Because otherwise there would be word balloons on this, because there's writing. Like, this is just all image. It's just all image telling the story. And I mean, David Lloyd's a master of that. And I mean, forget the fact that he has such a strong black line.
Thank you as always. Yeah, sorry about the interruption there.
The hallway. I mean, the detail, the weird detail, like the text. That car didn't need to be in that panel, and it probably took. You probably had to redraw it a couple of times. Like, cars are tough, man. It's everything about this is wonderful.
I love everything. I mean, the third panel, right? Nobody would care. Yeah. Well, that's just some old woman or whatever. But it's just magnificently drawn. It's so beautifully inked. And I love that technique that some artists like this, like Lloyd uses, where if you follow here on her back, he draws the line from, let's say, from the neck down to the top of her back, but it stops and melds in, merges with the window pane, right? And it doesn't fill in the rest of the line here, right? And really doesn't draw it back in. It's more like he's rather than draw the back line for the lower back, he's actually just drawing the window pane again.
It's negative,
to give that negative effect and give the illusion your eye fills in the line that's not there, right?
Now, a really important aspect of that is, again, David Lloyd's one of these guys that went to these schools at the same time as the YBA artists. They were all very heavily studying collage. And one of the aspects of really adept collage is to take two disparate objects and turn them into a new object. So his experiment with negative space is using those same tenets of collage. So you don't see too many people that draw like a collage artist. And he draws like a collage artist. He's taking, we know that as an illustrator, you're building a story out of whole cloth, right? You're completely inventing everything. So these little overlaps, these little things that connect the images within the panels, which themselves are isolated in a negative space, the way that he does his paneling, are really showcasing how things connect on a daily basis. And he's telling a story, and this is an Alan Moore story, about connections that don't reveal themselves immediately. So it's like you really have to question every single panel in most Alan Moore comics, and certainly from V onward. That's really where he started really like art directing a lot of the stuff. And so from that to Watchmen, where there's just stuff going on in the panels that only makes sense 27 pages later across 3 issues, or stuff, certainly the work that he did in Promethea, where it's like all these sigils and everything in there. You're seeing the origin of that on this page.
Yeah. I just wanted to mention that for me personally, I loved V for Vendetta when it came out. I love it more than Watchmen. I'm not one of those, Watchmen, the greatest comic ever. I honestly, maybe it went over my head. I've read it multiple times in hopes that I would maybe eventually each time would figure out why everybody thinks it's literally the greatest comic ever written. I don't mind admitting. I don't have a problem admitting I don't get it. I enjoyed it each time I read it, but each time I had read it, I didn't figure anything else that I didn't know the time before. For me, it's not even remotely close to my favorite comic of all time. It was really a good story, but there's been a lot of great stories that I've read.
There's a lot of symbolism in there for sure, and you don't need to see it to enjoy it, which is great. V, you may have something there. V might be better. I think I enjoyed V more than Watchmen when it was being released in the United States. I had a couple of the magazines, Warrior Magazine, and then I had to wait 3 years for DC to publish. Those, just as I had to wait several years for Miracle Man, and then I had to wait decades from to finish it. But yeah, no, there's a strong argument to be made that V for Vendetta might actually be the best comic ever written. People are going to say Miles. I think Miles is very heavy-handed. And I mean, the second and third panel on the second row also have that collage mentality, where they appear to be two images that are disparate that make one object when you put them side by side. There's just so much of it. The staircase going into the fireplace from panel to panel, separated by a mirror. All of these things are really, really well balanced, and it's super hard to do.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's been a long time, but I do believe that when V came out, I think it was my first time going, oh, David Lloyd, who's this? My first introduction to him.
Sure.
I'm assuming, unless I could be wrong, because which came out first? That comic, you remember that comic called Wasteland?
Yeah. I talked about Wasteland in a post a ways back where I designed a shirt to submit to Metallica for the song One, and I totally cribbed an image from his Wasteland. Yeah. Wasteland came after, significantly after.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Because it took so long for V to get published here. It had been running in Warrior.
Yeah.
And Quality Comics went belly up, and so there was some rights issues to figure out before it finally came out in the US. But it's a shame he never did more work. I mean, he did The Horrorist, I think, with Pete Milligan. His output has been very, very limited.
Yeah. Yeah, but brilliant stuff. What is up, Steve? Yeah, that kind of character, even before it became an icon. Yeah, but I love Kovacs as Rorschach too. Yeah, I get it for sure. But anyways, yeah, excellent page. Yeah, I mean, it's a brilliant comic book story in both story and art. Love David Lloyd's work. Yeah, I mean, especially on this. Yeah, amazing. So glad we could get to show it. And okay, so the next piece, number 29. So this is my selection, everybody. I have always been a John Bolton fan.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, so this is from Classic X-Men number 22. It's the back cover from 1988. Sold for just under $5,000 for 4.8 grand. And I thought that was kind of cheap, whatever. But the reason I really love this is because, I mean, I love the figure work, the anatomy, on Storm in particular. But what I really love is that, for me, Bolton, what I love about Bolton's work is I love Black Dragon, Marauda, the She-Wolf, Kull, the Conqueror. And so that's what I really love about this piece, is that I don't give a shit that it's Storm and it's from an X-Men comic. I love it because it actually makes me think that, with the long hair, with the white hair, it looks like Marauda-ish. And the fact that they appear to be on some kind of old flying boat, but with futuristic guns. But how do you call those?
Chainmail?
Chainmail armor, yeah, outfit. It just looks like the kind of stuff that Bolton used to do. And yeah, if I had been less focused and still had money to blow like I once did, I would love to have gone after this because
man, back covers on classic X-Men, some of the best stuff ever. I mean, they just had such a killer lineup. Sometimes the back cover artist was better than the cover artist, certainly by the early 20s on this, because the first covers were all Art Adams and they were great. Then they kind of went to the B team, you know, for a little while, and those are still great covers. But Bolton on X-Men, I mean, I guess the problem is that so few people that read X-Men comics know who John Bolton is. You know, like, you know him if you knew like horror comics in the UK because he did all that House of Hammer and stuff. But you know, his Black Knight series was incredible. That I think the 6th issue. What was the last issue of the miniseries?
I believe it was 6. Yeah,
either 6 or number 2 for whatever reason in the Northeast were incredibly rare. Like they didn't ship, or the shipment got ruined, and so like that became a really expensive comic, and so that got everybody excited about it. And we were looking at this and it was like, wow, I don't know what this has to do with Marvel, but this is bitching. And yeah, look at the chainmail. It's just killer. His stuff is so classy.
Yeah. That's a great way to put it. Classy. Yeah. It's got a classy, classic type illustrative look to it. I've been a fan since I first discovered it in the early 80s when the first year that I got into comics, and was looking at probably those PC comics, Pacific Comics. He was doing some painted covers for them, you know, horror and the horror comics. I think it's probably some of the earliest work. And then in the store I was at, had some back issues of some old British magazines and stuff. And suddenly I was seeing the adaptation of the 1 million years BC that he did as a young man, and God, even that
from House of Hammer, and Twisted Tales was the stuff that he did the covers for Twisted Tales. I mean that Pacific Comics is like, that's my era. Like that's the first comic I paid more than cover price for. I think was Twisted Tales number 2, that Bernie Wrightson cover, it was like I think a quarter more or a nickel more than it was when it was on the newsstand, and it came in a bag, and that was the first like bagged comic that I bought from a comic shop, like in a poly bag, and so I associated Pacific with like quality. I bought like everything they put out. It was fantastic. This is just beautiful.
Yeah. I wish I could have gone after this, because it's a good. It would have been a great way for me, because I would prefer something like Murata, to be honest, right? If I had my choice, or Cull, but they're getting to the point where the prices, right, are just they're not what I would want to pay anyways. But this would be a de facto sort of weird way, side kind of way to get something in that genre, but it being superhero, but it doesn't look superhero, right? So.
And in those Eagle Award years, because they stopped doing the Eagle Awards after a while, but the 2 guys that were like winning Eagle Awards year after year were Brian Bolland and John Bolton. Can you imagine if that was a Brian Bolland X-Men page? Back cover?
Yeah.
That'd be $30,000 or something crazy like that.
Yeah. Nutty stuff. But yeah, beautiful stuff. But yeah, we got to keep it rolling. So let's do that. And we'll go to number 30, and this is Matt's 15th selection.
How can you not pick a baseball peanut strip? I mean, from that auction, it's a classic. It's got everything you want on it. You got him doing the wind up, you got him getting nailed by the ball and losing his hat, and out comes the chick who's always crummy to him. It's just like, it's amazing. I'm kicking myself because I could have had a lot of Peanuts art like in the early 90s. Like I had access to a lot of it, and for whatever reason, it wasn't very valuable then, to be honest. It was worth a bit. So I never got a published piece of Charles Schulz stuff. And then I kicked myself again because I had a shot at an animated panel of Charlie Brown actually kicking the football from one of the shorts. Right. And I I bid on it, but I didn't follow up on it, and it went for something that I easily would have paid. So yeah, I mean, this is just classic Charles Schulz, and the socks coming off when he gets hit by the ball, just classic Charlie Brown.
Yeah, toes, baby, naked toes. Everyone seems to be hot for them tonight. So there you go. You got him at the bottom there.
What a strange crowd we have tonight.
Well, we always have a strange crowd every week. Oh man, so awesome, man. So we actually have. So this is number 30. So we've got 10 more to go. Let's see if we can make it for the 4 full hours. That would give us an average of 2 minutes per piece. Let's see if we can try to make that. All right.
Let's do it.
All right. So my next piece is number 31. Here we go. So, of course, yes, Superman fan. I picked it because not only am I a Superman fan, but I just like the drama of a wounded Superman coming through the window. And it's one of those classic, yet perhaps an overused trope back in the pre-crisis day era, especially of oh my gosh, we're revealing, the secret that Clark Kent is Superman is being revealed to Lois or whatever, right? And it's like, yeah, whatever. It's been done a million times, especially in the pre-crisis era. But it's classic. It's a classic trope, and yeah, I just like the pencils and the inks, which, by the way, are by Ross Andrew and Dick Giordano. It's from 1980, $7,200 in case anybody's interested, and it's action number 508. Yeah,
and if that was a Ross Andrew Spider-Man cover,
yeah,
$30,000.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, just a fun Superman from the pre-crisis era. And so I figured I'd show that.
Cool.
And see, he ain't playing for the Red Sox. Okay. I think Ruben means 20 minutes per piece. You usually that's what I typically mean. Yeah, Stanley. Thunderation. All right. Let us move into the next piece. And number 32. Matt's 16th piece out of 20.
Bernie Wrightson Frankenstein. The master of the crosshatch, the Greek god of crosshatching, Bernie Wrightson. This set a new low for Frankenstein art. A piece hasn't sold for this low since 2017 or something.
Okay. Yeah, but Matt, I think we can admit, as much as people love the Franklin Booth inspired artwork, yes, everybody, this may be Bernie's best ever work, but this style is not something that he invented on his own. He's actually taking he took the style and techniques of Franklin Booth, so look him up if you want, and adapted it, for himself for use for this the Frankenstein adaptation. But yeah, Matt, what I'm saying is, like, comic guys ultimately are the people who go after these, and when it comes down to it, there ain't no Frankenstein, and it's just two old men. One guy is lying in bed. So I don't
worst
think
pieces. Worst pieces have gone for more.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know, but whatever. That may be it. But pricing is not a exact science, right? The way the way people think and the way they want to spend. But that is the main reason. It's because it's still content. It's not the greatest, right? So.
But I mean, it also means that the other big Wrightson collectors have stepped back. So, like, they saw stuff hit crazy prices during the pandemic, and they've stepped back, afraid that they're going to hit those prices again. So, you've got a couple of really famous horror film directors that are famous for buying Bernie Wrightson stuff that clearly didn't bid.
Yeah.
Or this piece would have been probably in the $70,000 range, which would still be less than the second cheapest piece to sell since 2017.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's magnificent. The lighting, how he does the lighting, how he did the lighting. Again, all credit to Franklin Booth as well. I want to say that because as comic fans,
and Gustav Doré.
Sorry?
And Gustav Doré.
and Gustav. Yeah, more Franklin Booth. Check out Booth stuff. But yeah, that's the thing. We as comic fans, we get carried away. Listen, a lot of comic book fans to this day still, they just think, oh my God, wow, it's not like that brushy, beautiful inking he did in comics, right? It's this weird lines and thin line cross hatching, different types of cross hatching. Oh my, they think he invented, it's a unique style that he invented, and they have no idea that he just borrowed from other illustrators, vintage era illustrators. So it's I want to make it clear that that's what it is. But he used and he employed the techniques to just beautiful effect. I mean, wow, God, to be able to do lighting like that and using the negative space and all off of different, like, look how many different types of cross hatching there are, like in any given, like it's really just, fabulous. 50 minutes. Look at this guy's giving us pressure. 50 minutes to go, 8 pieces left. The booth is on fire. This looks so good. Hey, another new guy. Where are you guys all coming from tonight? Make your own comics. Welcome. Thank you for dropping in tonight. And yes, it looks good because it is good. And if you look good, you feel good. So says Fernando. So yeah, fantastic stuff. Anything else you want to say about it, Matt?
Next.
No? All right. Very cool. Let's go to number 33, everybody. And that is, for me, what I thought was potentially I would say the best pure illustrator in the represented in the auction. Alex Raymond, Flash Gordon from 1938, same year Superman. Superman was invented, or was published for the first time in Action Comics #1. Sold for $90,000. It comes with what they call a topper, a Jungle Jim topper. Alex Raymond did both, the Jungle Jim strip and the Flash Gordon strip. And he was a master of realism. His anatomy was impeccable. His lighting, everything he did essentially was impeccable. Shadows, light, understanding of shadow and light, just draftsmanship as a whole was fabulous. Really beautiful, pretty women that he drew all the time.
Greta Garbo.
Yeah, man. Oh, so nice. Look at that. I mean, he did fabric just beautifully. The folds in fabric always was gorgeous. There we go. Look at that. I mean, think about it, everyone. 1938. Look at this and try to think about what everybody's favorite, Marvel Comics, with the advent of the Marvel Universe. Think about the typical art in a Marvel comic in the 1960s. I mean, like, this stuff is so far higher level than anything being done just like even 25, 30 years later.
In America.
I mean, yeah, in America. I mean, this just is mind-boggling. And that's why the Europeans primarily appreciate this stuff, and they vacuum this stuff up like it's going out of style, and they'll pay hundreds of thousands. I mean, it's just it's crazy stuff, but beautiful work. So one of my favorites, Alex Raymond. So I just had to show an example of his work. Snake. I don't know what Snake. Oh, Snake at the top there. Yes.
Cobra.
Is there a typo in the first panel? I don't know what you mean by that, Mike. Looks like those broads Perkins drew in the Batman book. Well, right, exactly, because that's from 1939 setting, and this is 1938, so it's got that same kind of thing, right? Very cool. Okay, excellent. So from here, everybody, let us go to number 34, and that's Matt's next pick, and that is The People That Time Forgot cover, a 1963 paperback novel cover by Roy Krenkel, sold for $11,000.
Yeah, I mean, again, one of the all-time greatest of the Atomic Age. Roy Krenkel was a huge influence on Jeff Jones, on Bernie Wrightson, on Barry Windsor Smith. If you bought paperback editions of the Edgar Rice Burroughs and Robert E. Howard books in the 60s and 70s, they were all adorned with these amazing, like, just chapter illustrations that Roy would do as well. And so when Bernie Wrightson was putting together Frankenstein, he had that in mind. He thought that it was going to get published more or less as a paperback with his illustrations the same way that the Royal Crankle illustrations had been in the Burroughs books, the way that Jeff Jones's stuff had been in the Robert E. Howard books. And then when someone was like, these are too good, these need to be in a larger format, that completely changed the whole idea of what the Frankenstein project was going to be. And that's why it took him so long to actually complete it. And, would keep updating it, decade after decade. And so there's a lot of that origin here. There's a lot of Frazetta you can see in Roy Crankle's work. They're really similar guys. Roy did all his shading in one direction.
Oh yeah. Which is a cool technique when you can pull that off, right? It's like,
yeah,
wow.
So he did a lot of work at EC as well. He also worked in the same office as Al Williamson. Anytime you can see Crankle stuff, and especially a full piece, they're really rare. And so this is, one of those just stunningly rare pieces. And again, I don't think it went for anywhere near what I would expect it to go if the right people were bidding. But, Crankle does fall a little bit between the cracks, like a few of the, other Golden Age artists do as well. But just fabulous.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, amazing. And okay, let's put this down. And all right, let's move on to the next piece. That's number 35. Got 6 more to go, everybody. And for that, I decided to go very mainstream because, Matt was taking all the ones that I wanted to show. So, I decided to go for another mainstream, but at least I went with one that is from one of my all-time favorite comic book artists, because he is probably one of the absolute best in terms of doing figure work. Very fluid, the fluidity of figures. One of the all-time best. I love his stuff, especially when he inked himself, and I believe he inked himself on this piece.
This is Buscema inked himself?
Yeah, I believe so. Why are you doubting it?
I know. I don't like his Wolverine at all.
I was never a fan of how he did Wolverine either. And to be honest, I love Buscema, but when they announced that Wolverine was going to get his own ongoing title, and of course, like most kids, oh yeah, Wolverine, his own regular, But when I heard it was going to be Buscema, I was like, I love Buscema, but he hates superheroes.
Not the right fit. Yeah, he's not the fit.
And he's not a fit for it. Yeah. And so, this is still a great, beautiful looking cover. All the figure work is phenomenal. But yeah, for the most part, I was never a fan of his Wolverine. And
it's interesting, because obviously everybody was thinking it was going to be Miller, right? That when Wolverine was going to get his own series, that's a very Daredevil-y cover. Like a very Miller Daredevil type cover. From the Daredevil run. So maybe that's the thing, is that Buscema was trying to do Miller, and he's just way too good a penciler to phone it in, to that degree. And he didn't have somebody like, what's his name, inking Miller. Basically did it his whole life. Yeah, he didn't have Jansen inking him. So he basically did it all. And so it's this weird neither fish nor fowl thing.
Yeah.
But it is fantastic layout, and it is kind of classic Buscema. It's just, in a way, it's a shame that it's Hulk and Wolverine. I'll say I prefer this Hulk and Wolverine cover to the quote-unquote classic Wolverine Hulk cover, the Twins ripoff. I absolutely despise that cover.
Which one?
The Twins cover. It's like a total ripoff of the Twins movie poster with the Hulk and Wolverine as, it's Mr. Fix-It. They're in white suits. People keep calling it classic.
Yeah.
I think it's just one of the absolute worst comic covers ever.
Yeah. No, me too. That's I was never really a big fan of that thing. Then again, I wasn't a fan of that whole stupid Pat thing. What the hell was that all about with Wolverine? Not Singapore. What that fake country?
Madripoor.
Like, oh god, awful. To me, it was like the most. I thought, it's gonna be this most incredible, awesome, his first ongoing series. And to me, it was just a garbage series. That was like, oh God, not
like
the
Wolverine, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah. I was just like, oh, I wanted him to be in costume, of course, tearing people to shreds,
Yep.
I was like, God, what is this stuff? It's awful, Yeah. I mean, I bought it anyways because, well, it's Wolverine, whatever, and hopefully it'll get better later, Yeah. So, but yeah, cool stuff. And this to me, it's like a superhero version of a Buscema Conan cover.
Yeah.
I mean, of all the humans around here, like just the regular guys with all these canes and fire irons and stuff. I mean, yeah, I just think that's
almost like a Galassi Master of Kung Fu cover.
Ish.
Yeah.
Ish, yeah. But anyways, yeah. So there you go, everybody. And from there, let us move on to the next one. The next one is 5 more to go, everybody. 5 more to go. This is Matt's next selection. Look at that beautiful piece by Rudy Palais, Captain Arrow, number 24, the splash page from 1945, the end of World War II.
Yep. This is just, one of the unsung heroes of comic illustration. Rudy Palais never got to sign his work because that just wasn't happening, back in the day. And
Peter Rowe, you must love this. I know you're going to love this, Peter. I hope so. Yeah.
Just an amazing war piece. And it's, it's not reminiscent of George Evans. It's not reminiscent of Joe Kubert. It's really, it's got its own flavor.
Yeah. It's got that, I believe it's caused by the paper. I believe the paper had texture and they used like a graphite stick to do all that.
It's a crayon, a Conte crayon.
A Conte crayon, yeah. To have that effect. Yeah, it's a really great effect too. Yeah, and my gosh, 1945, look at that. I mean, yeah, this is wow. This is levels ahead of pretty much 99% of the stuff being published in 1945.
Yeah,
like
for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt. Of course, thank you for picking it. Oh, Matt picked it, but if he didn't, I would have. So, for sure. Yeah, gorgeous. I don't even know what to say. It looks more like it's some kind of an interior illustration for a novel, just to accompany a novel or something like,
Collier's magazine,
Or yeah, exactly. Yeah, a story illustration in one of those magazines. Yeah, fantastic, man. Okay. All right, we go to number 37, peeps. For that, we go to this one, and I'm basically sticking to the mainstream stuff since Matt took all of my favorite non-mainstream pieces. And listen, what can I say? I have been a Frank Miller Jansen fan since I discovered the run when I first got into comics. And it's one of my all-time favorite runs. Just beautiful stuff. I don't even know what to say anymore about Miller and Jansen's run. I mean, look at the movement with the multi-image Daredevil figures. That's always fun to see. And usually you see it on interiors in one big panel. But it's really
kind of Ditko-esque, isn't it?
Well, interesting you say that because yes.
Because he'll be the guy that filled in every other time when Frank would take a month off, they'd put Ditko on it and people would be like, oh.
Yeah. And and what I wanted to say was that the funny thing about that is when you see Ditko do a fill-in, you're like, oh, at least I was like, oh, there's some things about this that are very Miller-esque, So just brilliant stuff. Classic. Again, one of the coolest covers of the run. It's great to see it in black and white. In color, it's not the greatest. You really get to appreciate the image without the color. And all I can say is also, thank God that the only really bad marker that Jansen used was the one that he used to sign his and Miller's name here. Because that's the only thing truly fading away.
Yep. Pencil.
But it's fabulous. Of course, it was fabulous. And Tentacles, yes. Thank you, Ruben and Matt. Great show. Have to have lunch. We'll catch up on Rewind. No worries, David. Thank you as always. Thank you.
See you later.
And a shame, David. There's only 3 more pieces to go. But you'll catch it on Rewind anyways. Okay, excellent. Let's go to the next piece, which is the second to last piece from Matt's Selections. That's number 38. And another one that I would have picked, but
Neil Adams. This is a prelim.
Yeah,
this is a prelim. This is unreal. I mean, when you compare this, and this is from what, 1978 or something, or
it is 1980.
1980. So certainly he'd already set up continuity graphics. They hadn't published anything yet. But when you look at this as a prelim, so he was probably training his guys like, this is what we're gonna do, ink this, use this as a practice to ink, or let's stat this and let's see what you can do. He was style guiding with all these drawings, because when you look at his sketch work much later in life, and it wasn't like the guy got less talented, but he put a lot less time into things. And the joke about continuity graphics was what, that one Mystic would come out every 4 years or something. Like their publishing schedule was absolutely terrible, because they'd get hired to do something for DC and Marvel, and they would just drop everything, from publishing. This guy, a beast, like one of the all-time great illustrators, the guy that brought realism really to comics, after it being gone for so long, after a handful of people in the golden age. And, while we know him primarily for his superhero stuff, I mean, I do remember, this Tarzan stuff that he was doing, and the stuff that he was doing for Power Records, and it was just next level illustration.
Yeah, absolutely. And I should correct myself. So, because I'm so used to thinking about when I put dates, I always put dates like on show and tells. My dates correspond to the publication dates, right?
Gotcha.
So right. So this was a cover that he used for a Ballantine novel. I believe the Ballantine novel came out in 1980, but I'm pretty sure this is like 77, 78, something like that when he first did it, or whatever. Yeah. But yeah, spectacular Adams work. Yeah, these all the Tarzan covers that he did, that he turned into like portfolio plates. They're just amazing stuff.
Great perspective too.
Yeah, for sure. All right. So from there, that's number 38. We go to number 39. It's the second to last piece. And tonight's show and tell, everybody, and it's my final selection. And that is Young Romance number 195 by J. Scott Pike. It's from 1973. I was hoping to get this if it would stayed in the $3,500 range. But I thought it would probably more likely go for the much higher price of maybe $5,000 to $7,000. And ultimately it ended up going for $17,400.
That's a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, it really, but it's one of those, I think it was one of those examples where it's just such a high level example of a romance cover, a rare one where it's bikinis, not only bathing suit, but bikinis, not one, but two girls in bikinis. The one in the background actually looks quite Neil Adams-ish. Yeah, it's just beautiful. The composition in general is beautiful. It's just a great looking romance cover. And my personal favorite piece, I'm not saying it's the best drawn or anything like that, but out of all the pieces that grabbed me in this auction, this one was the one that I looked at the most and really sang to me and made me want to have it. So yeah, that's why I wanted to keep this as my last one. I thought this one was great. And apparently a bunch of other bidders also loved this more than they usually love romance covers, because they sure bid it up to a superhero level price, Yep.
That was one of the few surprises where I was really kind of shocked at what it ended up going for. But was this one of the pieces that Lichtenstein ripped off, or was someone just kind of making a general statement about how Lichtenstein ripped things off? I don't recall this being a Lichtenstein painting, but that would definitely contribute to the higher price if that were the case. But I think that there just is speculation about this is pop art. I mean, this is the stuff that inspired pop art. So even the stuff that wasn't directly ripped off is historically significant and important.
Yeah. And as I kind of figured, Peter making a general statement as a joke.
Okay.
So yeah, there you go. And Marcus and Rick are reminding us more toes. Today's the night for toes. Naked toes tonight. Yeah, naked feet. I don't know what's up with that, but yeah. Beautiful cover though. So I'm proud to have shown it. And good luck. Not good luck. I mean, congratulations to whoever ultimately won this one. Beautiful. Okay. And and Peter just wants to make it clear though that Lichtenstein is a tracer, however. And that's his view on it. So there we go. We're not going to get into it because we got to close the show out, baby. One more piece, everybody. We are showing the final piece. And once again, it is a piece that I obviously was going to pick myself. And I saved the best for last in a sense because it's such a cool piece of comic book work. Very historic. And a lot of people thought so too. A lot of very deep-pocketed people thought so too. And it's fabulous. And so let's take a look at that one and just talk about it a little bit before we say goodnight.
There it is, the radiation cover of Black Cat. Maybe the most garish cover to a comic ever published until very, very recently. Lee Elias, who did a lot of covers for Black Cat comics. It's funny, there were 2 Black Cat covers that made my list. 2 different artists, of course. This was one of the comics that was in the Raison collection that we sold. Probably, I mean, we had to sell it because we had to raise money for Johnny's business. But I mean, that comic in a 9/8, which I don't think exists, would sell for as much as this artwork sold for.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Like, this is one of the most highly sought comics. Like, if you want an Action Comics #1, I can probably make a couple phone calls and find one. Yeah, you want this cover? I don't know. Like, you have to wait for it to come up at auction.
So you're saying it's rare enough in any grade?
No, in high grade, but
in high grade. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. But even I think on the census there might only be 22 copies, anyways. Like it's pretty rare. Oh. Okay. But to see the original, I can't believe this survived. This was reviled in its era. Like like just having this artwork in your house was like akin to having like I don't know, bestiality or something. Like it was so like hated. That the fact that it survived is incredible, and it is gorgeous. It is a beautiful piece of artwork. I'm amazed it didn't sell for $1 million.
Good night, Cobby. Thanks for sticking around for all 4 hours. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Can I just say though, but PCH Grail, Cobby says, all I know, to me, when I hear PCH, all I know is Pacific Coast Highway. So what does PCH in comics mean?
Pre-code horror.
Oh, right. Pre-code. See, I know pre-code horror. Pre-code horror. I that's how I've always said it. So I don't think in terms of everybody these days with the texting and whatever. Everybody's so used to. Everybody's initials or whatever.
Considering the people that must have bid that up to $840,000, I'm surprised they all weren't willing to go to $1 million.
Yeah,
like it's insane to me that they wouldn't have just kept going until it hit $1 million. Because if you're willing to pay $840,000, why aren't you willing to pay $1 million? Like it's the same ballpark.
But I guess like anything else, at a certain point, the people bidding, the remember, keep in mind, Matt, that the winner, the ultimate winner of it, may have been prepared to go well over $1 million.
Right. And the second person wasn't. Yeah.
Right. It's just that the second person couldn't afford to go higher than whatever, 820 or whatever it was, you know? And
this was in Sodi. This was in Pop. So I think this was mentioned in both of the books. Yeah, this definitely came up in the Ladies' Home Journal article, which is what got the Senate involved. It is an absolute classic of this era of comics. I mean, it's more classic than EC covers. This is not an EC comic. But it's, you know, and because of that, perhaps it is a rarer comic, and therefore the artwork was probably seen by perhaps less people in its day. But you know, I'm trying to think of what other cover from that era could come close to that price point. And I'm thinking like the shock suspense stories with the severed head.
Yeah.
But that went to auction recently, right? Like that went to auction not that long ago.
Did it? Oh, I think it did.
Yeah, like maybe within the last 2 years.
Yeah, I believe it did. I think in the last year, in fact, it might have been.
It didn't breach $1 million. So, I mean, again, that's weird to me because that's another one of those comics that anytime, if you have one, you can sell it. Like pretty much for any price, in any condition. Like people just want it.
Right.
You know, there's also what's the Black Magic comics, the Kirby ones. Not a lot of those. There's 4 issues, and people who have them want them all. So how many people can track down 1, 2, 3, and 4 of Black Magic comics? So, yeah, I mean, a lot of people have spoken about this, and a lot of people are shocked to see it hit that price. I'm surprised it didn't go for more. And again, I look at that as an indication that we're finally seeing in the original art market what they saw in the comic collecting market about a year ago, which is a taper off of rabid interest, which is not to say that we're going to see a massive free fall or we're going to hit, you know, a cliff and fall off. It's just that there's a hold in interest that's not surprising. This is an election year. A lot of people are going to be waiting to see what happens in the election to see if they're going to spend money. And what's funny is no matter who wins, their attitude will change, you know? So it's like, it kind of just like that uncertainty gets solved, and then people either choose to start spending money or not spending money. The economy is already headed in a good direction. So, you know, Phantom Lady 17 is another, you know, classic cover. I think depending upon condition, if you had a Phantom Lady 17 and 9.6, I mean, that's probably creeping up on $500,000.
Insanity, I say.
But I mean, you know, it'd be the only one. It would be the highest condition copy, I imagine. You know, like there's pride in being able to make that claim, and there's a lot more Phantom Lady 17s probably than there are Black Cats. But that's, you know, considered the greatest cheesecake cover of all time.
Yeah. All right. There we are. We're back. Cool, man. So it was a marathon, but ultimately, I don't know. Was it still fun, even though I had to keep you an extra hour, Matt?
No, it was great. I realized when I saw 40, I'm like, this could go 5 hours. We'll see what happens. So I sort of had in my head that would be the thing. And you know, like I say, I was out and about earlier. I took my nap earlier, so I was very well prepared. I do, you know, I wake up early, but it's so much later where you're at, anyways, that I can't complain about that.
Yeah. Stanley, of course, had to come in at the end. Can you describe in detail the 20 best auction deal? Not the best auction deal ever, but the 20 best, you know?
Pick 20 of the ones that we picked. I mean, I honestly think that only a couple of them really approached, you know, unreasonable numbers. Everything else I thought went cheap.
Yeah. Well, fantastic, man. Thank you, Matt, again, man. Always have fun with you. You know that. Yeah, it's awesome. Listen, you know what? Like, you know me. I don't give a shit if it goes 4 or 5 hours.
Right.
But I don't feel bad because, you know, you and anybody else with me, I feel like you probably don't want to go 4 or 5 hours. I get that. So I do apologize for that.
Not at all.
and to those of you watching, especially those of you on Rewind who always hate and end up only fast forwarding through everything, I apologize to you too, of course. But again, the channel, as I always say, is really built and geared towards the live streams, and it's about the interaction and talking a lot about the comics, the art, and whatever tangents we go off on, and that's what makes it fun. And however long it takes, and as long as the people are willing to stick around and watch, and my guests are willing to stay in the studio, I think it's fun regardless, you know. So I do appreciate it. No, wait, hold on. What pizza did you deliver? Here come the jokes.
Sausage, baby.
Nice. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate it so much.
Thanks, Peter.
Yeah, and still got a good show.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you.
Ian, appreciate it, man. Talk about the weather. Yeah, we're not. Lots of excellent art and observations. Yeah, and listen, that's part of it. Like, I like to look at art, but like, I have to admit, I like to hear what people have to say about the art. That's why I'm always banging the drum about, you know, like etiquette online. Like, write a description, even if it's a brief one. Say something about it. I want to know what you think. You know what?
Yeah,
it makes you feel, right? So yeah. So I loved it to listen to. I always listen to what you have to say, Matt. You know, and hey, that's part of why a 40-piece show and tell with you and me is going to last long. We both like we have a lot to say. Let's face it. It's not just me. I'm not the only talker here. And you have a lot to say all the time. You know, you have great observations. And so, yeah, with you and me together, I probably should have done it like a 30-piece, you know? But hey, again, everything's an experiment. Next time, if I do another one with just you and me again,
we'll do 10 each. We'll do 10 each.
That's it. And maybe keep another 10 in reserve just in case.
I mean, even with 40 pieces, it's impossible, right? Like, that auction, more than any heritage auction in recent memory, because of the Hill collection, just had so much amazing stuff. And because it had the Hill collection, other people wanted to get their stuff into that auction as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that Miller piece, which is a great piece, it's funny because comparatively, when you think of all that amazing, you know, Atomic Age stuff, it's like that would have been the best piece in any other auction. And here it's like, would it even make the top 10 on a lot of people's lists? So it was an embarrassment of riches. And I think, you know, as far as how I absorb that information and analyze it for later use is, now let's take a look and see what the next Frankenstein pages go for. Now let's take a look and see what the next good EC cover goes for. You know, and certainly Miller Daredevils are climbing, but Mazzucchelli Miller stuff, because there was one of those pages in the auction, which we didn't talk about, that went for a pretty decent amount of money. It was a nuke page, panel page, and just any page from the Mazzucchelli run. I mean, those are just going to go. Those are going to go for crazy money. And I mean, he did a whole bunch of issues without Miller writing them. You know, like he was on the title for like 45 issues or something like that, right? Like he had a very, very long run. So it's not like Mazzucchelli Daredevil pages are rare, but certainly part of the Born Again storyline. Those have hit a premium.
Well, first of all, he ended with the Born Again. That's where he ended, correct?
Until he kept coming back and. Yeah, well, Mazzucchelli did. Yeah, Mazzucchelli ended.
Right, but are you? Who are you?
Miller kept going. Miller kept coming back to Daredevil and other projects.
Oh
and,
right.
Then having John Romita Jr. do his best Miller impersonation, which was always weird to me.
I loved the Romita Jr. run. I thought that was brilliant. I actually thought that's where he became his own man, his own artist, and no longer just the son of Romita Sr.
He did take that style into Kick-Ass.
Okay.
Like that's where the beginning of that style happened. But it's funny because Junior he's versatile. He can do a lot of different stuff. And like I love his Eternals. Like I thought that his Eternals work was the best work he ever did on the Gaiman title. Okay. It was very, very different. But I mean, also when he was doing Did he do Punisher for a while? Or
oh yeah, of course, yeah. War Journal and
War Journal. Like he really hit a new level back then. That's when Texeira was hitting a new level. You know, on Wolverine and stuff. I mean, and then with Ghost Rider. I mean, like it was an interesting time because when you go back and look at John Romita Jr.'s X-Men, like I don't like those. I don't think those are very good. And it follows a couple of like great runs by pretty amazing journeyman pencilers and classic pencilers, and then it hits like that later 190s, and it just kind of became the most generic looking comic on the market that was still very, very well written. Right. And then you get those fill-in issues with Barry Windsor Smith, and you get, you know, even early Silvestri I thought was not very good. And then he found his style and he became amazing. Yeah. But, you know, like, so to see those X-Men pages sell for as much as they do, I think, and I look at other stuff that was from that era, which was, I think, objectively better, that isn't going for that amount of money. And that's where I think, is it time to pick that stuff up? You know, like the dude who did the Legion for a long time, and he took over on Justice League after Maguire left.
Oh,
like Legion 89, Legion 90, Legion 91, like those.
That was Giffen, wasn't it?
Well, he wrote it, but the guy that was drawing it,
I thought he was doing the drawing as well. No.
In the early Baxter Legion, but then they changed the title to like Legion 89, Legion 90. Yeah,
that's when I started buying
Barry Kitson.
Oh, Barry Kitson. Okay. But
someone bought all that stuff up, and they're not letting it go. But like his artwork seems to be strangely underpriced to me. Like when people kind of get hip to the Legion, like if Gunn does a great job and they're able to bring the Legion of Superheroes in an intelligent and engaging way, and people really, really like it the way that they really liked Guardians of the Galaxy, then that stuff's going to go through the damn roof, because he's a really, really good penciler. Like those are really great covers and they're really good comics.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm keeping my eyes on these days.
Yeah.
Price wise, when I'm kind of sitting, I'm lurking in the dark, and I'm not buying it, but I'm like making little mental notes about what the prices are and that stuff.
Right on. Marcus wants to know: are you on Team Green or Team Black? Whatever that means.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, sorry, Marcus. No, he's probably going to let us know. But everybody, thank you so much. 4 hours, 22 minutes, one of our longest ever, maybe in our top 5, probably. Super. He says, okay. You're not going to tell us what you meant by it? He's just going to, okay, whatever, you know. But no worries.
Lanterns? I don't know.
House of the Dragon? I don't know. I mean, everything always goes over my head, but you're usually my savior. All my guests are my savior.
He's going deeper. He's going deeper these days. I don't know. I've lost my ability to translate Marcus.
Okay. All right. Look at that. Mickey's admitting I have a lot of Kitson Legion 89 art. I know you do.
He does, and it's really good stuff. It's really good stuff.
Yeah. Now Ian's saying Game of Thrones. House of the Dragon. Oh, that's that new show related to Game of Thrones.
Yeah, but I don't Team Green or Team Black.
Black or green. Oh, that's on the assumption that you must watch that show. I guess that's why he's asking. He probably thinks you watch that show.
I think it's on right now, so I haven't seen it in a couple weeks.
Ian says, thanks for the show. Matt and Ruben, have a nice week, everyone. See you all in the chats. Thank you, Ian. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging in so long.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
And that's our cue, I guess.
Yeah, that's our cue. So thanks again, everybody. Let me, I guess, close it out by leaving you with a thumbnail for next week. Might as well. And for that, I will be on with my good friend of over 2 decades, John Cogan, Southern California kid, former Montrealer, born and raised for the first 9 years of his life here in Montreal. And that's what bonded us, first of all. And so that should be a fun show. And here we go. So that is me with my awesomely large Captain America Frisbee. Him and his authentic screen-used David Mandel owned Thor Hammer Mjolnir. There you go. And so, yeah, that'll be a show and tell, and should be a lot of fun. So please tune in for that. Thank you, Rick. Great insights. I appreciate it. Thank you. And they have a guy who loves toes on that show. So yeah, thanks again, guys. Don't forget to check out Nikki B show. Oh yeah, that's the one right at the end. Okay. Ooh, just before I go, here you go. Don't forget, everybody, Friday, this coming Friday, check out Nick's The EXP, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. As always, going to be some affordable or entry-level type art that you can buy, hopefully, unless he does too much talking. So please check that out. Nikki B, if you watch this on Rewind, just so you know, Jay did not send me the link to your episode, so I'm assuming it did not get scheduled as of the timing of the beginning of my show tonight. But check Nick out this Friday, everybody. And Stanley says the cap shield looks small. Like I said, it's literally a Frisbee. And it flies really well, by the way. I love that Frisbee. It's got weight to it, too. All right. Check it out this week if you want to know. Nick won't be there, but Spencer is going to be doing a sales show. So if you're into that, check that out. Yeah, exactly. With no Nick. And thank you, Stanley. Appreciate it. I had a great time. I know Matt appears to have had a great time.
Yes.
So thanks again for all your contributions, everybody. Really appreciate you. I will leave you again with the thumbnail. And yeah, have a great week. Oh, and to all you Canadians out there, have
Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day tomorrow, July 1st. Okay, be safe.
Happy Canada Day from Kennedy.
Canada Day from Kennedy. Yeah, nice. I love it. Who used to not live too far from Canada. It's true. Once upon a time. There you go.
Twice upon a time.
5-hour drive-ish, you know.
Or right across Lake Michigan, too. So
there you go. There you go. So thank you, everybody. Have a great week, as I said. Oh, and happy July 4th to all of you Americans, of course. Be safe out there on Thursday. And yeah, we'll see you back here, hopefully with all 10 fingers and 10 toes Sunday night. Appreciate you. Peace and go blue.